Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe. Hi, if you haven't done so already, to my channel. Hi everybody. If you get anything from my work, a book to read, artwork to create, please support me and look at the links section after this live is over so you could see the ways that you can help me. My website, allykatcreations211.com. I didn't mess it up this time. Is my portfolio. All the artwork, stuff I create, candles, that one, skulls, all kinds of goodies are there. And if you're so inclined, sorry, chicken! Buck, 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 buck! Please email me because everything is done via private email and I do things privately, commerce wise. So hi. Um, I have I have channel memberships. I got 2 tiers. That's all I have for right now. Hmm. Hmm. You guys, you get emojis. When I go live, you can use them. They're fun. Chicken painting is one of them. Um, Raffles. I do raffles every once in a while, and you guys get 3D one entry for free and 40 two entries for free. And I am thinking about doing a channel member only Zoom call. So it's private, it's not recorded. It's just a bunch of us getting together and hanging out. Potentially on Sunday. Let me know if that works for people. I'm thinking Sunday. Don't know why. Um, Let me know. You guys get Oracle card readings. I give you guys on Fridays just a bunch of cards, different cards, but you get a whole plethora of cards for that membership. And it's a steal. So take advantage if you like Oracle card readings. 40, I'm mustering along. I'll give you a little sneak. But my gosh, it's like mind expanding. And I already have more questions than I have answers when looking up like scientific information and definitions and then trying to put it in my own words or just use the AI version of what it has. But then I'm now sitting here on asking questions from the spiritual standpoint. So, um, hi everybody. Hi. Allison's we're gonna unravel and unfold it all. I want to say hi to everybody. Hi Scott. Hi Charlene. Just you two? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Um, Basically, if people can email me, I send a link. I don't know if you need the app. I already have had Zoom for years, so it's never been an issue. I don't really use it on my phone, but I think if you just click on the app, you can partake. But it's a nice way. It's private. It's not live. It's not going anywhere. I'm not recording it. It's just for all of us to hang out for a little bit. Because I used to be able to do that on Saturdays with a bunch of people, but those people decided that I wasn't a part of their vibration anymore, and that's okay. We love them anyway. Hi, I'm saucy today. I'm spicy. I'm wearing this hat again because I was hopeful that Freya, I had a moment with her yesterday. I am so excited. You guys are my biggest fans, but I am your biggest fan. You two are amazing people. Here's the thing. It's the holidays. And everybody's either like hungover from last night and or if you're on the East Coast, there's a major snowstorm coming and you're on the road trying to get home before the snow hits. So, yes, it's okay. The last time I went live, I didn't get that many people viewing me, but it's not the point. It's quality, not the quantity. But don't be upset if you're in the background there and you're watching me. Thank you for watching, by the way. Um, I get these little old ladies that ask me about the ascension questions, and I love them. A lot of ascension symptoms have been popping up. I just listened to a video a little different from normal, still quantum, still talking about shifts and like the reality fun, but a lot of what I'm picking up in the collective consciousness right now, bigly, is that we're all putting the past away. And it's still in its stages of happenings, still happening. What do I mean by that? You still have contracts that are playing out right now. Just because New Year's Eve happens in a few days, hey, 2026, woo! Does not necessarily mean you're gonna wake up and shit's gonna be different. And no, sorry, I'm not trying to upset anybody there. Forgive me. But the truth is, and everybody still has contracts to play out, whether it be people, places, and things, whether it be just emotional clearing. Uh, don't, there's a lot of things in my brain that have been replaying the last few days that I've been like, okay, it's the echo from the obsolete timeline, echo from the past, obsolete timeline, obsolete, not in existence, code deficient, delete, cancel, clear. And it still keep coming up. So I've been having to walk through and heal it, leave it, forgive it, and send it over there. Um, but what this energy is really asking us to do is refinement. It's recalibrating us. This is a period of recalibration. I just was watching something like, oh, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day was like the end of the cycle. Sure, for some of us, but what is that cycle actually means is individualistic to you. Um, what's really happening on a quantum level is you're decohering from everything that's not holding your wavelength of vibration. So you raise your frequency, you did all this work, you're doing the ego death, the dark night of the soul. You're really asking yourself, okay, I feel lost, I'm confused. Who is this person now I'm looking in the mirror at? You're becoming your higher self. You're still clearing out other constructs of self in the multiverse. You're still merging with things that need to inhabit your personality, your higher self. That's the you that's coming in now. And that takes time. That's recalibrating your DNA, your structure of your insides and out. It takes time. I've said this ages ago. Unsolved mysteries would have you on it if it just happened in a snap. You would instantaneously combust because of how high your frequency is and everything working within you. You just go and be ash on the floor, and the investigators would be like, what the fuck? The chaos is still going to be playing out in the beginning of 2026 because collective has not figured out yet how to really fine tune their frequency to focus only on the state of what is frequenting out of them. And people are going to challenge you, and that's where the tests are going to be. And I've been getting this in the recent past days. Um, since James Ring's passing, I get people that want to be my friend, but I don't trust all of it. But hey, I don't know. I don't judge. Let's just add some people that, well, they friend requested me. And then I get nothing but nonstop. Are you testing me? I like, did you? And then ego. Ego is necessary. It is. And it's going to help us navigate the next 8 to year. It's going to help us navigate. Hi, Sparky. It's going to help us navigate. Our ego is going to be there. It needs us. We need it, but it needs to come from a ego death perspective. Your higher self right now in this moment is merging with you. And everybody's version of their higher self is different from everybody else's. It's your contract with source itself that determines what self is merging in with you. And it could be multiple selves or a higher dimensional self. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Your vivid dreams. I know I've been having some crazy, crazy vivid dreams. It's other timelines. It's other potentialities playing out that I'm just picking up when I'm out and doing my thing in my other body. I got multiple of them out and I'm in awareness of. Don't be side steered and sidetracked by the alien agenda stuff. For most of us, we have the remembering. That's what's really happening is we're remembering all the other selves that have is concurrently simultaneously living. We're just picking one from superposition and go, oh, I want that life. That's one I can actually have here. I could do it. And we're pulling that and magnetizing it to us and drawing it into our field. That takes time. And also, the universe has to reconstruct reality. You're like how I went there. So that the opportunities the people can be in alignment with your frequency. We're in recalibration right now. So our frequency is not on a pure octave of like, ah, it's getting there. It takes work. So every morning I wake up, I put my hand on my heart and I feel, I don't imagine it anymore. I'm like, okay, so how would I feel if I already have? Not because I don't have it, it's because I have it. It's my other self living it. Okay. Oh, peace, prosperity. The weight of the world is off my shoulders. I feel that feeling and I sit with it for at least 5 minutes. I hold that in my space and then I powder that shit out. You know, powder how he got hit by lightning and his essence went when he jumped up. His essence went everywhere. That's what I'm pulling and bringing out to everybody. I'm doing that state and I'm imagining that hitting everybody. But that's the state I'm holding for myself. And when I go to sleep, I ask for the pings. What are the little things I saw each day that is showing me that I'm getting that obtainment? Besides spam calls all day. So I did a thing the other day. I've been trying to make a beginning screen to my videos. and it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I you know how people just have their little logo and then like it has the little clicky doodle and the YouTube symbol and then like ding ding ding, all of that fun jazz stuff. So I'm looking and trying to get that done. Oh no. But it did turn out good. It's just it didn't want to load up. It took me hours to then have to orchestrate a Zoom to get it. But I've been meaning to do this for a long time and I finally went about it. um I updated the video that introduces my channel. So anytime you came onto my channel, you would see there's a one video and me 4 years ago going, "Oh, look at me. This is what I'm doing." Like as cute as that is, it it needed a refresh. So boo boo doo boo doo. Poopy's worth. So this is what I ended up. I think this is it. I don't think this is going to play with sound, but no, I turned the sound off. But I talk you through it because I didn't want to get YouTube to strike me down for sounds. So I did a voiceover. That took forever and it doesn't line up so much. But it's basically bringing you through my journey, what I talk about, my dualistic nature. I showed some of the artwork that I've done. It's a really short, like, movie thingy that I worked on. Doesn't show Freya all the way. Little Thor and Baby P. But they're a part of my channel. And Chicken and Batty, and I had words there saying how Charlene made those, and that got cut off. Ah! But yeah. It's just something really short and sweet. Um, that I think it speaks a little better about the culmination of everything that goes on with the channel and is a little bit more easing on the eyes. So I worked really hard on that and it took me forever to figure out. And all I want, like seriously, all I wanted from the beginning is my logo. And that's not really necessarily, I just tinkered with it and made it years ago, but I wanted to like just do something mystically, magically, and then put it on as a video so that right before a video you can see the beginning. Trailer kind of thing. That came out. So I'm okay with that. I'm not techie, but I and then the desktop doesn't have iMovie for whatever the reason is. It what versions updated, outdated, whatever. And so I'm not hmm, I got to figure it out. And the other stuff you have to pay for that gives you the like the updated goods, the good stuff. I don't want I you know. So that's where we're at. I was working trying to figure out how to get just something to introduce me and then go into a reading. Oh boy. We'll get there one day. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm going on a sovereign hunt. I'm getting to my freedom. You can't go over it. You can't go under it. You gotta go through it. Oh boy. Um, I gotta definitely sit down with that one. And it's bananas because I've been saving the toilet paper rolls to make more birds. Obviously, I'm not an art teacher, so I saved a lot of rolls, but I do have a lot more kids coming in after this Christmas break. Um, and I am definitely making them all make, and I might just have to pre-make it and have them paint them, the ones that can paint. And we're making binoculars and we're going on a damn bear hunt. I we have like a bear stuffy I can like hide in the room and have them find it and go on an excavation for letters and stuff. So I talked to my teacher about it. I definitely I have to start like hot gluing, but the kids love binoculars. They love the paper towel rolls, and I got a bunch of them. So I'm excited for that. Am I excited to go back to having more diapers to change? Not necessarily, but here we are. I still have a mission and a purpose with that school. I know that I do. So that's not going to end until the opportunity that needs to knock on my door opens. I'm also, I've been trying to, the little Thor did come a little while ago. I tried getting some pictures of him because I want to make some merch. And then somebody on one of the videos forgot like something really negative about me singing, and I don't even give my energy to it anymore. You don't like it, mute it. I don't know what to tell you. You're not gonna like everything that you watch, which is just plain out sad. But I put on the community tab, but let me find it on Facebook. I'm going on a bear hunt. I'm going on a soul hunt. You can't go over it. You can't go under it. You gotta go through it. Getting there. So yesterday, I usually have a tradition of trying to get a picture with my kitties. Obviously, little Thor did not come, and baby P, it was too dark to take pictures. And I am not going to pick him up. I don't even know what goes on. Baby P and I are getting there with the trust factor, but he is a possum. So I took pictures with Freya yesterday. Miss Freya girl. You know, I tried moving my hair, tried doing some different things with her, but she's a little finicky when she's in my lap. And then she goes, you see the ball? That she went right up for my hat, and it was the best laugh I've ever had in my life. You see me, I'm trying to hold it in, taking the picture, but I was laughing my ass off. She went right for the ball on this hat. Like she was winning to get it chicken dinner. Um, she got the ball. She finally landed the ball. Then her paw was getting stuck on the ball as she's like trying to get the hat off my head. But that happened yesterday. It was the cutest thing ever. So symbiotic of everything. I took a nice walk yesterday. Thanks to the staff members who helped me get a car battery. It hasn't dropped down in temperature just yet. I want to say around Sunday. Saturday, tomorrow. Tomorrow still might be warm. Like Sunday, Monday, we might get another system around here. Not I don't think we're getting snow, but it might drop in temperature. And then I could take it to AutoZone and get the test for my alternator and my starter to see if there's something drawing from the battery. It hasn't been cold enough to get it. Then battery's new. So the test came back that everything was running fine. Obviously, we know there's not. The guys are even like, yeah, no. So I'm gonna go back when it's a little chillier to see what's drawing from the battery. But otherwise, I was able to go to the park yesterday and put my big 12-pound vest on and my arm stand weights and brave the chilly wind. And I walked a lot, which I needed. Make sure you're grounding your energy. There's a lot going on energetically speaking in the planetary alignments, the conjunctions, the trines. I don't try to even try to understand any of it, but there's a lot of energy going on. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to refresh. Why? Look at that. Let there be light in the grids. Let there be light in the grids. Hi, Deb. How are you? Let there be light. Okay, this doesn't, you know me. This isn't that much. This isn't that bad. But what is crazy about this is the gridding. Look at that grid. Why is that so important? Because many of us that are not sleeping at night, hi, me, not sleeping. The grid. I love these candles, but sometimes the wax. A lot of us have been gridding that damn 4-dimensional grid for a very long time now. We need a cozy home next to my painting. And look, I put the ornament up that I made last year with the cat. So we're gridding right now. Frequencies are at 7.64. If we go to the Italian chart, this is why I want you all to start grounding your energy. Grounding doesn't necessarily mean go and hug a tree. Yes, trees are great. But I feel this requires more movement and water. Do you see all those purple violet flame? Saint Germain of the violet flame. Look what is coming in. Saint Germain of the violet flame. Faded. But it gets better. Hello, electric field, my friends. We need to do more than just ground again. That's high. That's a lot. That is a lot of energy. So if you're not sleeping, you're having vivid dreams, you are profusely sweat. I got somebody that asked me today if they're profuse sweating was due to the ascension symptoms. It can be. I'm not a doctor. Make sure you're checking in with yourself. But if everything is checking out fine, your vibration is recalibrating within your system. I'm recalibrating. I think everybody here is recalibrating. The collapse of everything that did not go right in your life, the things, the relationships, the places, the people, the things. Many of you know I had the one of the biggest upheavals in my life, uh, friend wise, people wise, like 2 months ago. There's that big wave of divide. Hi, Kim. There was a big wave of divide. I was a character assassinated, and I didn't understand it. But now, from this perspective, I get it. I out frequented, and that's not putting myself on a podium. That's not putting myself in a superiority complex. That's just saying my vibrations do not match those people anymore. I recalibrated my energy field to a different wavelength of experience in my locality. Your locality is you, where you are in your space. Your density is the place of outside of you. The dimension is the state of which you're in. And I know I shifted and I was shifting, been shifting, and that paradigm no longer served my vibrational field. I no longer vibrated with their field. Does that make sense? Thank you. So Freya was playing with my hat yesterday. That's why I'm re-wearing it. And I'm wearing plaid PJ pants. I have pants underneath. It's a little cold. So I leveled up. So a lot of people are having upheavals in their life. I still am concurrently having them. I gotta find the tribe. I mean, I have you guys. You guys are my tribe. But for the ventures and the things that I'm wanting to do, it requires a different dynamic of people. Um, and people that are not jaded with things, you know. I was shifting since 3 years ago. Actually, my real so why I've been posting about my mom, her passing, uh, because 8 years ago my mom passed away, and I spoke about this on Tuesday when I did the dedication to her. What happened to me 8 years ago is repeating itself differently, but in a very similar energetic pattern that I like epiphany to me that around Thanksgiving, like everything in my life started like collapsing. And the same thing with this Thanksgiving, like my relationship went down the tubes. Like a lot of other people were like against me and saying some shit. And that was also the time where I don't get paid. Like November and now is like the worst time for me financially because like I don't work. When I don't work, I don't get paid. When I work, I get a nice paycheck, everything is great, but not enough to be, everything is bills. So 8 years ago, when my mom went into the hospital, like my whole life changed. The whole dynamic of my life changed. I had to be this person that I never knew how to be. I had my mom when my dad died to do a funeral. I had to do it all by myself. I did not know what I was doing. I did to an extent, but until you actually walk the process, like lawyers, accountants, this thing, that thing, and paperwork, I'm like, oh my God. And 8 years ago, I was thrown into that dynamic for a lot of learning and lessons. And now I'm back into that dynamic differently, but in the same sense. I'm watching the old self die. 8 years ago is when my higher self merged in with the body. So six density Allison woo, 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 came into me to make sure that I could survive my mom's passing and everything that came after it. What's happening now, 8 years later? The seventh density higher self is coming in and woo woo woo. It's preparing me for what's coming in next. That is right, Miss Sparky. It's just when you look at, trying to forge a way forward from nothing, I'd rather do it organically and do it the right way, in my estimation, what the right way is, than use people. And I'm glad that I stood in my integrity for that. Um, this is the time where I think a lot more people are becoming aware of their empowerment. Not that I wasn't empowered, but I freely gave a lot of my energy and my time away. I learned that I need energy exchange at some capacity. Doesn't need to be 100% because not everybody's at 100% to give it. But I came more into an awareness that I did a lot of good deeds and I don't need it to come back to me karmically because it's already written in the Akash somewhere up there. It's a matter of something has to change. And when I kept saying, I'm done, and you guys saw me cry and you saw a lot of emotion come out of me a few months ago, that was my soul crying down to my other higher self to say, hey, it's time to drop down into her. Um, this is a time in our reflective, but just look at it in a humanitarian, humanistic way. This season is always here for us to reflect. Winter is now we're going to hibernate. We're going to go in and do some inner work. If you look at it in that capacity, but what comes out of the capacity of reflection is okay. Some of us, like myself, don't give myself enough credit for how much I've overcome throughout my lifetime. Now is the time to reflect instead of pushing yourself down and being negative Nancy about yourself and your growth. Where is your growth? How far have you come? And that's why I do this journey and why I take everybody on with me, because you get to see the highs and the lows. Just because I have abilities and just because I have insight for certain things doesn't mean my life is perfect. 3D has been a fuck show for me, big time. It's been hell, but in a good way because we need it. Buckshot! How are you, my friend? I hope everybody had a good Christmas. Um, Mine was a lot of reflection. Yesterday I did that video and then I did more of my drawing. This is for B Lady. I so when I do portrait work, just by the way, I channel the entity. I channel the energy from that person that was once alive or that is alive. It doesn't need to be somebody passed over. Um, but I channel the energy so I get its characteristics and essence and personality in the drawing. So when I'm drawing in too much energy, I don't draw because it's like, yay! It's always frustrating. That's right, Charlene. Um, We're always shifting. And I'm excited for this shift. This shift is coming with a lot of upheaval and a lot of chaos. I know Sparky is seeing it in her not actual locality, but in and around her locality. There's a lot of flooding going on in California, in Oregon, um, even Washington State. There's a lot of destruction going on over there. So let's put our prayer and our energy bubbles on California and Oregon and Washington right now. I know the East Coast is going to get slammed with weather. I'm glad I'm not there. Um, a friend of mine, like one of my neighbors that I still talk to, called me to wish me Merry Christmas the other day. She was in Staten Island and she's like, yeah, they canceled my flight. I'm like, what? She goes, yeah, they canceled my flight. So you know what? We found a ride. We got out of there before the snow hit. I'm like, good job. Yeah. It's been flooding in Utah too. Yikes. I don't know what's even. We unfortunately were told about these times. Unfortunately, fortunately, um, a lot of the weather that's been happening has been foretold by a lot of people that picked up on this timeline because everything is, you can't predict shit. You can only have a feeling for the highest potentials of happenings. And then if it happens, then, oh, I was right. Well, not necessarily, because the floodings and stuff was supposed to happen more on the East Coast, as predicted by a lot of people. Ruth Montgomery wrote a ton of books about stuff of that nature, that New York and the East Coast would get slammed by a tsunami. It never happened. We just outgrew that frequency, but it's happening on the West Coast. Um, Thank you, Sparky. We all serve a purpose, and if we could put our energy and our attention to lessening those waters, there's a reason for everything. God, source, the one infinite creator, all of it is all of us. So something has to be purified on that West Coast for whatever the reasons are. I don't know what they are. I can't tap into that. But we can lessen the effects and still have God's will be made for whatever the reasons are. Um, in order for a shift majorly for humanity to happen, it's asking people to be more humbled and compassionate about everything. So what's happening is asking people to step up with compassion to show you what can I do for those people, even if you can't financially, like I can't. I'm lucky that stupid test for my car is free. I'm hanging on by threads here, but I can energetically take my light body, bring it out onto the West Coast and bubble people and bubble the area so that the impacts can lessen. If you like, and like for me, everybody knows, like when there's a natural, like a disaster, right? Tornadoes. That's why, like, I'm very fascinated by that stuff. I clean out whatever I have that's useful and send it to people that are in need. North Carolina and Kentucky and Tennessee happened. I took stuff that I don't need and I sent it, I put it in a box and it was sent over there. Tornadoes. Ryan Hall Yole has a 503B, sent him some stuff. Now we could get to the people that need it. There are so many other things besides finances that you can do if you're not in this, like if you're in my situation at the moment. I am arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty, by the way. The collapse is still collapsing, the echoes are still happening, but I am not drawing my attention to the past obsolete timeline. But if we all took into account how much shit we accumulate in our houses and we do that decluttering and say, well, someone had a house fire here. Let me see what I have. I have so many varied clothes, my whole life accumulated because I shift weight like nuts. Hey, I'm sending a bag over to the people that just had a fire. What can you do that doesn't cost much? And energy is really where it's at. I'm praying for you, Missy, because I've lived that in a different capacity with Hurricane Sandy. Staten Island got hit hard. My area didn't get hit as bad because I was inland in I was close. I'm where I was in Staten Island was literally touching New Jersey. So the water that is in between Staten Island and New Jersey is very minimal. We didn't get the impacts where the side where the storm came in from the ocean battered that whole side of the island. But we still had flooding. We had no electricity for 2 weeks. There was a lot of passing and transcension that happened that day. A lot. Um, I mean, I was in person for 9/11. I've seen some shit in my lifetime. And I don't wish that stuff on anybody. That's right, Deb. That's the truth. If people would realize that we have resources that doesn't require much. The hurricane that happened in Florida, one of a lot of people know Gina. She was building up at a restaurant. She was asking for a call of arms of towels and cleaning supplies. I had some towels that I don't use and some feminine products and other things that I sent down in a box to her. I'm always doing this stuff because I would like it done back to me if something were to ever happen to me. It's important, though, to know that your intention is where it matters. And energetically, we can do the same thing by bubbling in that area and just visioning in your mind the water receding, the water going into a lake that California has been in drought for forever. Find the lakes and go in the lake. Um, like goodness sakes, prayer is very, very powerful. Prayer is extremely powerful. It's how you define and what I'm learning with the quantum work that I'm embarking on. If we are entangled fractally, little portions the little if we take ourselves and make ourselves that pie chart that I always present, but if we look at it in the fractals of the things we are entangled to, we are all one in the same. We are everything. We're the cosmos itself. I know, hard to believe. But you're made up of all these subatomic particles and atoms that is connected to all things. It is possible that you can affect the state of matter. Matter, meaning your phone, meaning your surroundings. You have the power within you. It's just coming up with the frequency and the bandwidth to send that out. It's a self-empowerment. That's what a lot of people are lacking. It's not necessarily self-belief and looking in the mirror and saying, I love you. That absolutely matters. It's more on the knowing end and frequenting that out. Because we go out into society and we compare and contrast You're not separate from any of it. You're really not. We're in this huge shift right now. Yeah, and that's the discernment that we all need to take into account. Somebody I used to work with in New York messaged me and asked me why I'm no longer doing the politics thing. And I said, because I already at some point know the truth within myself. I co-created this existence with everybody here. And I now understand the storyline, the movie, the program, and the narrative that was steered. I get it. I understand it. I know it because I remember it. I remember co-creating it with everybody. I said, now I'm focused on creating and bringing into this reality that we're all in now, the new earth. And I don't like to call it the new earth because there's nothing new about it. It's already there created. It's just dropping it in this dimensions, this density dimensional state. I'm a bridge from here to heaven. And I got to pull both up to meet at some middle way ground. Most of you are doing the same thing. I can't be the only one doing it. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I know Scott has been doing his work. Charlene's been doing the work. All of you are doing the work. Um, I can't focus on the distraction. For me, the politics had become a distraction. Yeah, I love observing, but what am I collapsing in the branching of this reality? So that means what am I manifesting into this reality? My thoughts create things. If my thoughts create things, well, I want to create a better world. Why am I wasting my time on a paradigm that is decohering and decaying as we speak? That just brings back the echo of the old timeline, the old self, the old this, and what I don't prefer. Bashar talks about that. You have to live at your highest excitement. What he doesn't tell you is you already are at your highest excitement. You just have to feel it, but not imagine it. You have to feel your higher self in that vehicle, your higher self gritting that line so we all have peace, prosperity, abundance, and harmony. It exists. We all have to believe in the state of frequency that that exists in and bring it to us and drop it here. And it can't be done by one person. It got to be done by the multitude. That's why I'm working on that, incessantly working. I mean, and yesterday I had some epiphanies about it. Two entangled particles collapses in different branches of observed reality. So this is like the question between the many worlds interpretation and why a lot of people can't comprehend it on the physics side, science side. And me thinking about this question, therefore, collapse can happen in the many worlds interpretation as they both manifest in each of the branches. They're in states of locality. Amy, Auntie Amy, and I got Auntie Amy's kitty cat gifts. Freya's playing with her mousies, and I'm wearing my donut fuzzy socks that Miss Auntie Amy sent me. So thank you, Miss Amy. So the conundrum in the multiverse theory, the many worlds interpretation, is that there's really no collapse because the collapse splits and it's not really a collapse. The particles split and then go off on do their own thing. Collapsing means it's becoming material and forming in the world. So Dolores Cannon had this conundrum as well, like, oh, there's an old Earth and a new Earth, and we're doing this, and there's a merger of oh, all the positive polarities going this way and all the negative polarities going this way. That's not so based on quantum physics. What happens? We have entanglement, so they're proving that my particle here is connected to my higher self over there. So in the ripple of time, they're showing you in the quantum world that time is folding down on itself. If your higher self is healing the timeline, you're being affected by that ripple of healing. You healing is also rippling everything into the shadow side of yourself, and that's also healing. So that ripple of time over there is in conjunction to you. You are that higher self. You chose in the superposition. So that superposition is just a space where you can choose the multitude of selves that are out there that is living the life that you want. All you got to do is feel, hold the feeling, but it's not going to be held all day because you have your human life to live. You have contracts to go through, soul contracts. You still have things you got to do in your everyday life in a human form. But if you keep returning to the state of that feeling that everything's going to be okay and you believe it and you stop doubting yourself and stop having the negative self-talk, woo! Charlene, they don't have that too far off from the wrong. We will transcend at some point. This physical vehicle was contracted to dissipate at some point. That's just the human cycle. But but if we're talking about the, 3 AI Atlas thingy that's everybody's like fixed focused on, it's for people that are not in the belief system of they've been here, they are here, we are them, they are us. And then it's still in a separative term. So 3D is separation and limitation. We're still separating ourselves from everything. We're individualistically looking at the whole when we have to look at we are God in its a little amount. We are them, they are us. They've been here. We just can't see them. You didn't raise your frequency high enough to see them. There's an overlay. So when I'm talking about locality and densities and dimensions, everything is overlaid all over us. That's why some of us can see ghosts, shadow figures, and the veil drops. I'm going to give you evidence. Well, I can't give it to you physically. I mean, if you saw Blavatsky reading yesterday, you definitely Scott sent me a video. I didn't post it yet of spirit like floating right in front of my camera. And I thought it was like a hair or a piece of something, and it wasn't. I had a conversation with my aunt from Georgia, my biological aunt, who is not doing the best. She wanted to wish me a Merry Christmas, and she knows she can speak to me about anything. She's in her state of where they're coming in and gonna the spirit world is showing themselves to her. She's seeing things. She's like, Allie, I think I'm hallucinating. And I'm like, I bet you you're not. What? Tell me what's going on, Aunt Bobby. And my Aunt Bobby was like, yeah, I saw a little girl in the pillow and she was on a swing. And I was adamant that I was seeing it. And my cousin Steven, that is with my aunt, was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what's going on? And she's been talking about my uncle that's transcended over and a few other things. And I said to her, Aunt Bobby, you got to take a pen and paper, if you can even see it, and write these experiences down. And she's like, why? And I said, I don't want to scare you. I don't want you to be upset. But like my mom went through this right before she transcended. It took time for her. It took months, but I just want you to be prepared. And she goes, oh, I'm okay if I die. It's okay. I'm like, all right, I don't want to upset you, but be on the lookout that spirit is trying to give you a hint, a clue to welcoming you into the light. That's a lot of people that not necessarily are skeptical, but they're not that in tune with that world. They start seeing shit. They start experiencing things that people will call hallucinations. They are not. That's the spirit world trying to kind of accumulate your energy field in order for you to understand, like, there's no fear, don't fear, we're coming to get you. Here, we're going to give you glimpses of things. We're going to come and give you experiences just to make you buffer that it's going to be okay. My mom went through that when she, like, right before she died. Me and her had a very profound conversation. She apologized to me for, like, holy crap, you weren't nuts after all. Holy shit, you've been seeing this your whole life? How do you deal with that? Holy crap. Mom, it's normal for me. I'm sorry. So my aunt's going through it right now. Yeah, my aunt Bobby, she lives down in where I was born, Albany, Georgia. Um, her health, they can't figure out what's going on with her. She goes to the doctors and they gave her a story. They suck in that area. It's like going to a hospital in Gary, Indiana. I would never do it. Um, and my uncle's been coming to her a lot and she feels very anxious. And I said, "We'll talk about that." She's like, "I feel like I don't have the house in order and I don't have this in order and I don't have that in order. And I feel very anxious to get things done." And I said, "Well, don't tell him to calm his shit down." But at the same time, I said, "Well, it look at it from a way. It's not him asking you to get things prepared. It's you literally have to start getting your shit prepared and do it in a way that's not going to scare you." So that was one of the hardest conversations I could have with a loved one, in all honesty, because I'm glad she was receptive to it, because I don't like to lie to anybody to say, well, if you're seeing, not everybody that sees spirit is dying, transcending. Obviously, she's at the age where that is a fact. She's not the she's not a spring chicken anymore. And if you got loved ones around you that are starting to, like, lose their shit a little bit, just understand that spirit is coming to them and preparing them for their next mission. It was a very difficult, I had to sit there and try to word things in a professional manner so that I wouldn't freak her out. I didn't want to upset her either, knowing that, your time is coming. Get prepared. But like, when you're gone, it's going to be phenomenal. My mom saw the, like, so what that conversation was back 8 years ago. My mother, I was in my bed. I lived in a townhouse in Staten Island, so I had 3 floors. My kitchen was on the second floor. My bathroom, like, everything was on my second floor, my living room, and then upstairs was the bedrooms. I was in my bedroom. My mom was in hers, and Hers, you could see anybody walking up the stairs from her room. My room was tucked in another portion of the house. I was going to sleep. I had work the next day, and she saw a shadow figure going up my stairs and thought it was me. So my mom called me, and I'm like, "What? You weren't just in the kitchen?" I'm like, "No, I'm in my bed trying to go to sleep. What the hell?" My mom had a very big voice, boisterous voice. And she goes, "Well, I'm gonna let you sage the house now." I'm like, what did you see?" And she goes, this big black figure walked up the stairs. I thought it was you. Now I don't know what the hell I saw, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, all right, whatever, Mom. I got the sage, and she let me, for the first time in the house history, sage the house. And she goes, "What the hell was that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I got a portal in my room." What? And that the next day after I got home from work, we had a very big conversation. And yes, if there's things in your house, I know Ashmaya has a party extravaganza. She sends me videos of the spirit activity in her house is bananas. If they're not friendly, you're gonna know it. And your intuition is gonna pick up on it. There's a lot of energy. We have to remind ourselves that we're on borrowed land, meaning that it's all of this land has a dead body somewhere down there buried. Your soul is not in that body. Your bones are bones. Your resting place, for souls that have got earthbound, that didn't cross over right away, and that's not all of them. Again, you're entangled to a lot of different things. That's why Bashar says you could choose when you transcend out of this body, you could choose to go right back in to another timeline that you are back to yourself. You can go into any other body that you choose if you want to continue your mission. But if you don't, you get to go into the whatever resting area and do you. And that's going to be different for everybody, by the way. A lot of the souls and the energy is resonant energy. It's stagnancy. It's energy that has not been cleared or moved in millennias, epochs. There is real deal curses put on land. There is real deal negative energy that inhabits land. That is not some, "Oh, Allison's divine neutral and I don't believe in good and evil anymore." Oh, I know there's good and evil. I see beyond it because everything has a purpose. It's how you come about the energy and take your command and say, "Get the fuck out of my house. You no longer serve this energy. I'm here in the love and light of the one infinite creator. And maybe you lost your way. And I hope that you find your way back to that source, whatever it may be. Do it respectfully, but have you put your foot down. That's your energy now. It's your house. It's yours. It's your energy field. You're creating it. That's why I'm where I am. I have to clear. There's a lot of negative energy up here. Thank you, Deb, for coming and joining us. I can't wait to see you in the new year. And everybody go check out my Facebook post, because Deb is a part of the community that I belong to for people. And she's a beautiful, bright soul there that helps me navigate what I do. And I have links in the link section after this live is over. You can get more information. I hope some of you join me there. It's fun. And yeah. Amy, I don't know if all of it's dark. I know you said some stuff to me, and I don't know if that energy is dark. Some of it might be, and I think it's ancient. You where you live is old. Uh yeah, it's old. Old land. Just like here, the land here has been I mean, I you can equivalent it to like New Jersey Pine Barrens, like New York City, mob town. There's a lot of buried entities on Staten Island because Staten Island at one time was just a dump. It was a place for the sailors and the Native Americans lived there. There's a lot of energy on Staten Island, a lot of ancient energy there. The mob did some nasty stuff, whether you are opposed or not. There was a lot of things that happened to people, and they either dumped them on Staten Island or they took them into New Jersey. Same thing with where I live. Now, Chicago had a huge mob. Where are you going to dump the bodies? Not near Chicago. There's really nothing outside of the city, it's suburbs. You're going to take them to Indiana. You're going to take them in the middle of the woods and you're going to just dump bodies. So, a lot of the energy that we see in Gary and over here, there was the demon house in Gary. There's, I mean, I got a train station behind me. My presence being here is bringing a light that is helping transmute the negativity. There is a lot more metaphysical shops and places around here opening up, which I'm so excited for. There's a rock salt cave, a Himalayan rock salt place that does sound baths. The place that I go to for gong baths and the Stargate meditation. So there's a lot more spiritual people here moving into the area to help transmute the negative energy. Um, have fun, Buck. Thank you for dropping by. So, Amy, like the best way, I mean, there was a lot of Native Americans around here. I mean, the nation's people were everywhere. They weren't just privy to what we know in the history books. I hate to say that, but it's the truth. The Vikings came here, and I'm sure that both savage groups were like, "Hi, we're savage. We could be savage together." They made it all the way to Minnesota, for goodness sakes. Um, there was a lot of his story, our story, that has not been documented. Nations people were everywhere. Where do you think Indiana got its name from, for goodness sakes? Indians. They were everywhere. Everywhere. And a lot of them, I don't know, I don't think they would put curses on lands necessarily. I know maybe the negative polarized ones did, but we're here to mute, we're all here as anchors of light to transmute that negative energy into the light. And we can't necessarily rent our room up in our heads and rent the space out to say, well, let's not think about it. We gotta learn how to negate. If we going through this time continuum right now and we keep looping karmically, it's not a trap, it's not a thing on the moon that's trapping us. We were never trapped. A lot of us came back because we knew what we were doing at some point in our frequency to heal the land, to heal the generations. That's why we are all here. We are healing it all. The ripple of time is being healed through us. We chose that life. Some of us chose different modalities to express that in, but many of us came here to literally upheave and ripple healing through all of our lines that are concurrently happening in different time dilations and different time spaces. That's right, Scott. Unless you live up north and everything is York and Dutch. um, spirit. Spirit. What is being asked of us right now, I'm getting channeled, by the way, sorry. Um, see, when they do this to me, there's too much chatter. And then I go up there and I say, okay, one at a time, please. And they don't honor that one at a time because they're like, well, my perspective is more important than your perspective. And that's all my guides up there. Um, okay. We get the light codes that are being downloaded into us. So this is the downloads that we are getting, right? That's helping us cellularly shift. That's helping the vibration within each and every one of our cells on a subatomic particle to shift. Okay. That's us recalibrating. We're getting all these epiphanies and all these because we're shifting. Now we're all shifting all together now and we're all doing it on different time frames, but we all are shifting. All these lines, as you keep seeing them drop down a little further and a little further, is the density and dimensional states collapsing. So that higher self up there, who is sending pings down to here, it's slowly the energy is pinging to the wavelength of where I am structured as a material form. Does that make sense? You're seeing bands of light coming down. That's our downloads. That is what we're receiving from up there, our higher selves, the other densities on the high planes, coming down and seeding us information. Whether that information's for now or for the future, it gets filtered out through our guides and everything else. This stuff is starting to come down further down into the chart because it is dropping into density. It's dropping to be materialized. Chicken! Chicken drop. Chicken drop. Chicken, chicken, chicken drop. Sparky, that's absolutely right because you and I are a different person, but at the crux of it all, we came individualistically as one expression, a source that is operating down here uniquely. Why? Because it takes all of us differences and the different frequencies we all came with, the different keys of frequencies we came with, the different rays of God we came in on. All of us matter. Every one of us matter. And on every frequency level matters. The negative people, the people that want power over you, still hold a purpose. They're contrast. I get it. It's not pretty. Life isn't fair, right? But what happens when we look at what they're doing to show us what we don't prefer? What happens if they didn't do their fuckery? We wouldn't be awake. We wouldn't have finally gone, oh! Hmm. What happens if this is all a test and an initiation point, which for many of us, we are on the understanding it is? Your responses, your energy that you're outputting into the ether is an initiation. Now, it's okay if you don't pass because that's going to cycle back to you and it's going to be presented to you in a different way. Not to worry, you are where you're supposed to be. I chose this very hard, difficult life because I knew at some juncture I would be able to overcome it. Just hasn't landed yet, and that's okay. And that's okay. For those that are not in the awareness, for they know not, for they don't understand. And it's okay that people don't understand. It's okay that there's people out there that have no concept of what I'm saying. It's okay. They don't quite grasp it. They're not meant to. They're here to just live their everyday lives and just do them. They still contributing to the mass. Those of us who have the awareness and that are doing the work are helping them at some juncture of their experience. They will start getting seated because your energy field is expansive and all loving and encompassing, and it's going to eventually hit them. And they're like, oh, and their epiphanies start dropping and things start changing. And we have been seeing this through the last 10 years that more and more people have a starting point, and then they see the chicanery and the shenanigans that are playing out politically or in the medical field or in different facets of life. And now they're starting to see more and more of the deeper picture of reality and how it's an illusion. More and more people are starting to see that a lot of things, even with the good intention, is a distraction. The disclosure movement is one of them. No offense to anybody in the disclosure movement. I don't know what you're disclosing anymore. Because your ego needs to prove it. Okay, you could prove it to the people that are skeptics, and that's cool with me. But they've been here, we are them, they are us, and hostile or not hostile, they serve a purpose. If an alien walked up to me tomorrow, and I've had them in my locality, hey, what's up? Are you going to eat me? You know, Sparky, you're cute. But we have to look at where are you placing your attention at right now? You got to do the healing from within first. Those of us who are doing that work, those of us who are watching, and the people that are way in advance are sending us signals and messages. And do I really resonate with a lot of this stuff that the quantum stuff is, and it's AI, by the way, is saying? It's because a person is using that as a modality. I am observing the reality where my business makes 6 figures. I am now observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subs. and 300 memberships. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. I'm arriving at the reality of absolute financial sovereignty. That doesn't leave any room for your system to not believe it to be true. Why manifestation does not work, no matter how many affirmations, the I am affirmations, I am love, I am this, I am that. Do you believe it at your core? Does your subconscious, just because you say it, doesn't mean your subconscious is aware of it. That's where the problems and that's where my blockages for manifestation have been, is my subconscious mind, not my conscious mind, the programming that was running in the back of my head that creates my reality. And that's why I'm saying a lot of this is taking time, not because a drop said it, not because an outside source told you so. It's because your subconscious has to be reprogrammed. We're rewiring the structure of the matrix. That matrix is a program. Regardless of what dimension and level that you are inhabiting, there is to an extent a holographic overlay that dictates in code. Your DNA is coded. Your frequency has codes. It's math. All you're doing is restructuring the code in the program. That takes time. That takes a lot of genius and hard work to do. And doing it on a biochemical system, that's your ascension symptoms, folks. You're recalibrating your subconscious, your unconscious. That also has to overlay with your emotional body, your spiritual body, your etheric body, your celestial body, your oversoul. It's layered. I give myself grief because I'm like, why hasn't, why haven't certain things presented themselves in the way that I was like trying to manifest it? Because I was expecting it, because I was coming at still out of a place of lack. Not because my intention was bad, not because I didn't want better for myself, because it was the wording I was using. If we all say, and we've said this in multiple different capacities, that words are spells. Well, a witch would know that a spell needs to be specific and purposeful. And not to say that affirmations aren't useful or purposeful, but you could see the evolution on Brian Scott's activations and his meditations. He started out with large sums of money. Come easily to me. And that has expanded to this large paragraph of all the potentialities that could possibly happen of how you receive this money and how do you receive this funds and how do you get these things. It expanded over time. What was lacking, and not necessarily lacking, but the things that his affirmations and things and wordings that he said, is if you're still coming from a place where you don't believe it could be true, it ain't coming. Or it'll come in little unexpected ways, but it's not a totality sense. Why? Because you're not coming from it from the place that has already, you are already living it. You got to believe you're already doing it, living it, observing it. That's what deja vu is. You experience deja vu, you're just picking up from the point of that timeline. You just merged yourself with that timeline. Oh, I've been in that place before. I don't know how. I know that person. I don't know how. Oh, your higher self does because they're already living with that person, or that thing or that event was a trigger point for you to be like, oh crap, new line. Declaration. You need to come from a place of command, not in a place of ego, not in a place of, well, the lottery. Well, if how many of you play the lottery? Deep down inside, you have an urge that you want to win it. You want to win it. You're not living as if you already won it. There's a difference. You have to get your energy field to the state of feeling, not observing in your head, not using your imagination. And it's not to say not to use your imagination, but the real state of where you need to be at is in the heart and the feeling it brings as your mind is emptied. That's not easy. Because your brain, for when you start learning how to meditate, your mind goes into every fucking direction. You're not like a kumbaya monk going, hmm. Your mind is drifting off in every damn direction. What did I turn the stove off? Where's the cat? Where's the dog? Oh, I got to do this on Friday. I got to brush my teeth. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Your brain does that. It takes forever for most people, not talking about everybody, but for most people, like, oh, I can't meditate. You do it all the time, but it's where your brain is comfortable doing it at. If you could put your hand on your heart space in the morning before you do anything, and sometimes for me that's hard because I really have to go use the potty and feed Freya, but I go back to sleep. But when I wake up that second time, I put my heart on my chest and I'm really feeling myself abundant, that I have a beautiful husband partner next to me, that I'm creating the reality that I know I'm already living. I don't have the excitement of having the new car because I'm calmly driving it to the destination that's where my higher self is taking me. I'm calm. I'm harmonious. I feel the weight of the world lifted off my shoulders. That's the feeling that you need to exhibit inside of yourself. That's not an easy state to get to if you don't have the faith and the belief in the universe to achieve it. And it's not coming from the wish fulfilled. What is a wish? Something you don't have. Lack. You see how words matter. Wanting is separation. Shift in perception. No longer a seeker manifester. We're not manifesting shit. It is already dropped down. You're the selector of realities, collapser of probabilities. With coherence, you're choosing your timeline. It's already made. It's already here. You're selecting what you're creating out of the superposition of the probabilities, and you're collapsing that into your field of experience. What's up, El Sunray? Yes. Cleaning. When the Schumann spikes like a lot of light codes, Allison is cleaning and deep cleaning. It doesn't ever look like my house is ever clean. I live in chaotic chaos. Like everything behind me is chaotic, but it's clean. Besides some of the places I can't reach for dusting, but I got some very good hints on getting to some places. I work in in chaos, but that's just how my mind works. Um, if all of us would start acknowledging, believing, and having faith in the universe, but having faith within ourselves because we are the universe, the more of us who can like I said, 3D definitions do not equate to 4D. And 4D is you are the selector of realities, the collapser of probabilities. With coherence, you're choosing your timeline. You have the power. You just have to embody that. Cleaning is a never ending chore. But here's the thing. I like a house lived in. I want to be able to, I don't need, I lived in a house. So my mom was ODD, OCD, sorry, OCD. My mom, my house looked like a museum. You could not touch a tchotchke. If you were to clean, it had to be put back in the exact spot it was left. So if I picked something up to dust it, it had to go back into the exact spot that she had it, or else she'd flip her shit. And I guess that's my rebellion. I couldn't handle that. I did not want to, I would not want to live like that. I get, yes, things should have a spot and a place and things should be clean. But my gosh, my mom was that controlling and that crazy that like traumatized me to an extent as a kid. And this is a rebellion. I'm okay with that. I have to live here. No one else does. And if I do ever get the husband, well, rephrase, when I arrive at the reality where I meet my husband and I move into the house, I'm going to make sure that that house has enough storage and closet space that I don't have to just put everything out. I only have 3 closets in this house. I don't have enough storage or furniture to like putting things away in. Um, you know, I would like order. I like order. It was really difficult to live that way because my mom, like inside of me, I knew my mom wasn't trying to be a meanie. She just had a so my mom was a very nervous person, and if things were out of place, she would flip her shit. Not to be an asshole, but I think that was just her nervous system like overreacting, like, oh my God, that's not in the right place. I gotta put it here. It has to be here. Um, and it drove me crazy. Like if I sat down on the couch, and thank God she wasn't the plastic couch lady, no, but oh my God. If there was a dent or something in the couch, like you had to fluff the couch up. Like it was ridiculous. Um, to the extent where my mom was my house absolutely needed new flooring, and my mom was that nervous to do the she needed I needed to have new flooring done because of her. It was a hazard in the house. We had carpet. It was disgusting and it was making me sick. She refused to remove it because of everything that had to be up chucked out of the house. She couldn't bear knowing that everything was out of its place. Crazy. Crazy. I mean, I'm cleaning my sheets once a week, if not every few days. I vacuum all the time because Freya, she sheds like crazy. So I'm always with, I have like a shark, a floor sweeper that you can like mop down and then it has a vacuum cleaner to it, like a small one. I'm always using that thing. Always. Down here, she's not down here that much. It's just chaos. But a lot of things are going to be shown to us. And I just hope that we're all ready for it. I got to take this off. I am sweating my face off. Spirit is here. I have a lot of energy around me. Sparkly! Hi. Hi, everybody. Ooh, I don't know if that's a hot flash. My lady symptoms are coming. My heat's not on. It was, I think, 55 today. It's 46, I think, now. It's been raining. It's going up to 60 on Sunday. And then Monday down to 14 degrees with snow. Mm. We'll see what time that snow happens and take it to the auto zone. It's stuff that, so right now, the stuff that is being shown to me is the pings from my higher self that I'm on the right track. Um, so for example, I've been saying I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty. So the little pings here and there is like my staff giving me an AutoZone card, gift card to cover for a battery and some side cash just in case I needed an alternator and whatever have you. Um, was not expecting that by any means or stretch of the imagination at all. Um, a lot of people here on this channel were able to help with Freya and Little Thor getting me food and some litter, and because of what's been going on with me and not getting, proper paychecks, people has stepped up so that I can feed those two without worrying. Um Me losing the ability to drive, I was able to do a lot of like meditative work and grounding work, walking to work. Was it uncomfortable in negative 15 degrees and snow? Sure. But it just showed me I can persevere through this. I can persevere through a lot of other things. Um, there's some other pings that I received. Oh, the energy bill. I applied for energy assistance. I got a letter in the mail. Hey, you'll be getting a check in March. I get my energy bill and they applied something to it. I'll take it. Yes, I submit to that. Holy crap. So those are little things from the universe that are saying, hey, like shit is just it's taking time, but you're going to start seeing a lot of shifting happening in your own life if you're choosing to do a lot of the work. And that's just releasing things that no longer serve you. People, places, things, refocusing your brain on 4D stuff and not the 3D. I mean, as a kid, I knew that I chose a very difficult life. As a human being, having that awareness as a child isn't that easy. That's a hard undertaking. I'd rather have been in ignorance at that point. But I will say this, being able to predict in some reality that my parents were going to be gone prepared me at an early age of preparing my mindset to learn how to live without them and have to take more of ownership of having to do it all by myself. And as much as that is an Aries trait in astrological terms, like I'm very hyper independent, um, it showed us, it gave me a strength and it gave me an attunement that when my mom did pass away, like my dad, I still had my mom to take care of when my dad died, but when my mom died, like I wasn't internally freaking out. I was calm because I knew I had this. But I mentally prepared for a few years prior to her passing that, like, yeah, and it can happen any day now. And here's what needs to happen. A lot of my friends that they're right now going through their parents' journey towards transcension, I have a few of them. I'm like, you got to prepare your mindset because people, we still live in duality, and there are people that are trying to scam you and get one over on you. And when you're in a place of mourning and you just lost somebody and they transcended, there's funerals, there's estates, there's a lot of like nitpicky bullshit that happens when someone transcends. And if you're not having your wits about you, people take advantage of your weak state. I see this happen all the time. And I try to give people that, hey, if your mom or dad or whoever is about to go, like make sure you got everything in tow so that when it does happen, you know the steps you need to follow and not be shim shammed and scammed. I know the other day, I just got a ping on my credit card that something was being charged that was not me. I can't afford to buy anything right now. And they're like, oh, fraud department. Hi, someone's using your card. Okay, that was not me. Okay, we'll send you a new card in 5 to 7 days. Thanks. Charlene, I still thought life sucked when I was younger. I, I think a lot of us could speak. It sucked not having anybody around me that saw what I was able to see. I was having experiences that I had to keep myself, had to leave in myself because there was no way of like explaining it to somebody without them thinking I was skitsy or there was something wrong with me mentally. I seen things that a lot of children would probably be, I mean, who knows? I am probably damaged. I'm probably damaged. I've seen the projections of aliens, of demons, of angels, of things that are not necessarily of the light and maybe false light. And they were all tests that only I had to go through, no one else at that time. But not being able to tell anybody or speak about it sucked. Because of course, as a child, you're learning how to navigate friendships, relationships, trust. You're learning all these things in your expanded world. You're a sponge. And when you don't have the capacity to just be you authentically, you close up. That's why a lot of kids that have abilities lose them. It's not because they don't want to use them. It's just that they're not in the environment supporting them through that. I was thankful that I learned a lot and I observed a lot when my dad died that my mother was doing. And my mother knew at when dad died and she was getting sicker, she sat me down and here, let's go over everything. But not everybody has that parent that will do that. I have a friend right now who's she's like, I can't live in this house anymore. It's so toxic. I got to get the hell out. And I'm like, do you have all your ducks in a row? And I'm like, I told you when my mom died, you got upset with me. And she goes, I didn't see it in that way when you told me in the first place, but now I understand where you're coming from. It's not to be insensitive, it's just to say, hey, there are assholes out there that are willing to rip you off at your most vulnerable moment. Whether it be the funeral home, whether it be the cemetery, whether it be whatever it is. People suck. But there's a dichotomy of people that are amazing. It's I hope the reality that I'm arriving at has less of those experiences. That people are that horrible and are trying to scam you. Archetype cards? I'm being asked to pull one more. But I can't shuffle these the way I shuffle the other cards. And then what's crazy? A lot of people are telling me to like move into an apartment building or to a condo, and I'm gonna be like this. I can't tell you the number of around here at least, and even like now on my news feed, how many things are blowing up and going on fire. No. Woo! I just shared something. I might go back to it. Hmm. Um, Before I share the cards, I've been pulled to do these. This thing is annoying. The energetics of the transition into 2026. Now, this is also a program and a narrative, but it's of the light. I think for me, at least the way I'm perceiving it, is we're all being jumbled down. If you've noticed the astrology, if you noticed the things that are out there about 2026, the numerology and all that stuff, it's really ushering in what 2026 means. That's a program, but it's not a bad one. It's one that we should embrace, but also take into the consideration that we're all on different lines of time, space, in terms of our wavelength. As we just saw that pop up live in frequency, I spoke to that person during DMing them. They send me all kinds of good stuff now. Reality is no longer entered the way it used to be. I agree with this. The mechanisms that once created movement, effort, discipline, strategy, control no longer open the same doors. And I agree with that. The way reality responds has changed because we're in a 4D paradigm now. Effort no longer guarantees movement. That's the truth. Control no longer creates access. Correct. Only alignment opens the next layer. Frequencies. Energy has outgrown its containers. Structures that once supported movement now compresses it. Effort inside outdated forms no longer produces expansion. Correct. It produces resistance because the scale of what is arriving exceeds the capacity of the old architecture. Yes, that's why we're all clearing space out within ourselves. This is a structural mismatch between the energy present and the architecture still in use. With the old field, the field no longer responding, resonance drops out of a familiar environment. Relationships, roles, and spaces may still be present, but they no longer meet the system energetically. That's why a lot of things have been falling out, just as myself as an example, why a lot of things have dropped off my planet, my locality. Because energetically, I am like, whee! And those things are limiting. This is not loss, but desynchronization, a temporary gap between the frequency that has shifted and the field yet to recognize, reorganize, also recognize. 2026 does not buffer split timelines. What is out of alignment is no longer carried forward gradually. Bingo. The field no longer compensates for hesitation, misalignment, or delay. What is out of resonance is not corrected over time. It simply stops moving. It decoheres. In 2026, remaining in old structures requires more energy than leaving them. What once felt familiar now feels heavy, draining, unsustainable, because the system no longer feeds it. Stagnation becomes more costly than movement. In 2026, quantum timelines become more accessible than ever. New forms of movement, creation, and response are now available in the field as possibility. These are the forms your higher self are living out right now. Reality offers multiple modes of entry at once. Some will continue linearly, meaning they're going to continue on this course that they're on now. Others will step into faster, nonlinear openings. That's many of us. What becomes available depends on the level of presence, readiness, and energetic capacity to meet it. That's why the work that I've been do the work for the last 4 years on this channel, it's not to have an emptiness. It's to say this is why we needed to do it. Where all that work was for this moment or these many moments. So where are you at? And there's no right or wrong. My process is not going to be your process. My reality is not your reality. If you have done the work on yourself or enough of that work to recognize that you needed space within that old self to be released, healed, and gone, say, bye, I love you. Thank you for serving me. Thank you. I love you. But you served your purpose, and now I can say goodbye. I love you, and I'll see you over there somewhere at some other juncture in life. Then you're giving room for the new energy and the downloads and the uploads and all the things that you need to move forward and have space to come. And if things from your past, this is where a lot of what the channel that I listen to, it's like, oh, the universe is going to test you with the echoes of your past timeline. Well, if someone decides to do the work to heal themselves and present themselves in a higher frequency, that at that stage of where they were at, they knew not, and they were only coming from the limited space that they were in. And if they decided to do the work and want to come back into your field of locality, I'm not going to dismiss it. Hey, welcome back. I missed you. I loved you. And I hope that you healed yourself to understand what you did back there is not going to be tolerated over here. So a lot of changes, a lot of we got repeat cards somewhat. Mother trucker. Mother trucker. These cards get stuck on themselves. Sparky, yes. I unfortunately I have so many shoes. Um, like I have sneakers that I bought a few years ago and I only use it to walk with. Um, they're kind of outdated, but they still have their use. But yes, it could be like anything. If something is no longer serving your space, you and your frequency, you need to let it go. For me, a lot of that clutter clearing happened when I moved. And that was very hard to detach myself from like my parents' legacy and what they earned and all the work that they put in to acquire certain things. Like I had to let that story and that timeline go. I hate Roman numerals, by the way. Don't like them. I found it. 4 cards. And I want to thank my friend Katie for the beautiful Amazon gift card via email. Um, I was able to get myself more coffee. That was a really ugly face, by the way. And more containers to make candles. They are so expensive. These little black holders, they're expensive. But I got them on sale. Now, for anybody that likes Oracle cards, I did a pick a card. I haven't done a pick a card in a very long time. I did a pick a card for everybody, not just channel members. So if you're interested, they all talk about transformation, changes, new beginnings, all kinds of goodies. Go check out that reading. Um, as I am trying to change things up a little bit. That's the goal. Coffee. And there was a time I didn't drink coffee for like 2 years. I know. What? Allison, not have coffee. What's the sign for coffee? I forgot. This is Jesus. That's Jesus. Yes, but spending money and getting something on sale that I could sell more products on, because actually I'm low. I have like a down, my stock on candles, some scents don't really sell often, and then there's others that a lot of people like. So I'm really short on a few different sorts of candles, and if I don't have the holders, I can't make candles. I have the wax. I got some gems left. I have the wicks. I got the stickers and stuff. Um, but if I want to be able to sell stuff, I have to put money into it. And if I could get them on sale, goals achieved. Goal is achieved. We have the sassy siren, the temptress, that old timeline, the seducer, the femme fatale. um, Thank you, Charlene. Yeah, the my soul resonated with one, but I don't, when I do those pick-a cards, like literally, I'm just going through, like, so before I read Miss Siren and Miss Sassy's, I shuffle the cards and I say, okay, what would pile one want? What message do they need? And then I put the card upside down. I don't look at them. And then I do that for each. And then I just keep shuffling and asking, and I put the cards down. I don't look at them. I don't know what the outcome is, even for myself, until like I'm ready to like read it to you guys. So like I'm not even aware of what I pulled. Here I'm like pulling and I'm, ooh, yay. But for those I am like sight unseen until the way end. And the only way for this for anybody, these are the only cards I can kind of get a glimpse of because they're two-sided. Shit's going down with your job. Reevaluate, change your perspective, or effing quit. Right? So, like, not much I could do on these if I pull the sassy ones. But the other cards I can't see. It's only one-sided. Siren calls and the world spins. What we thought we wanted pales in comparison to the sweet allure of her song. We find ourselves lost in a spell of desire and longing, perhaps even lust. Whether the thing calling to us is ultimately good or bad is somewhat irrelevant. It's the journey that matters. And the work of the siren is to take us on a deep psychic descent. Following her song, we go down, down, down to a place where lessons are learned and courage must be rallied to find our way back to dry land. Try as we might, resisting the call may not even be an option. Unless, like Odysseus, we bind our hands to the mast of our ship. It's likely, though, that falling for her call is the only way we will come to live more fully on the surface. Awakened sensuality, absorption, arousal. Other iterations of the siren archetype include the nymph, the mermaid, the fairy, that often come to sets of three as a trinity of temptation. So this means most of us have went to the depths, not out of ignorance or not listening to others' advice. It's because we needed to get down there to learn our lesson and to learn it in a way that we don't repeat it. This temptation is what a lot of us are fighting off right now because we learned the lessons and the past is echoing back, trying to draw us magnetically back into that paradigm. So I'm going to put it here. This is a void of space with my Merkaba in the middle, the void of space. That's where a lot of us are at right now. We're in the caterpillar soup, per se. The butterfly is just about transformed into the caterpillar, just about transformed into the butterfly, but we're still in the void. And it's what is pulling you determines your direction. The echoes of that past timeline that is dead, done, and over with want you back. That's the place of comfort. That's the place of knowing. That's what you are used to. But your frequency is in recalibrating mode right now, and it wants you to jump to this unknown venture in a new vehicle, per se, upgraded, and you got your wings, and now you can fly and have fun. But you got to learn how to be a butterfly first. And that doesn't happen until this shell, the chrysalis, is broken open. So you're being tested right now from the universe with temptations, with things that want to draw you back in. But how you get around that is standing in your empowerment and putting your foot down and saying, no, not today. Even though that's God. Satan. God. Read the Blavatsky. She has a really good adaptation of what Satan is, and it is God. God in the negative shadow sense. Shadow. Light and shadow. You need contrast down here. Yes. And we also have to realize that when we give advice, we're giving it from our perspective, our depiction of how our reality plays out. And sometimes they don't see how our reality runs. I mean, a lot of people have tried to give me advice. It's not because they're not well wishing. It's just, I don't resonate with the way they perceive my problem or their thinking about it. Right? It's not to say that person gave me wrong advice or bad advice. To me, there is no right or wrong. It's the journey, like it's the card said, it's the journey. And maybe my higher self and soul needed me to take a specific route for a lesson that no one could have predicted or seen if I didn't go take that other way. And the way could have been the slow way or the fast way. To me, there is no right or wrong. The obstacles are there to learn how to overcome the obstacles. We see those as detriments. I just choose to see things a lot differently now. Matured style. Head. I can't believe Freya played with this. Like she grabbed onto it. My little baby. God is everything, including us. And when we stop separating ourselves from that understanding that God is everything and we are God, so we have to stop limitation and separation. That's how you know you are accelerating in your expansion, not ascension, expansion. Because now you can now see a higher perspective of why certain events and things occur. Not because it's bad or good, because God is in all things and God has a purpose and a reason for things happening that we can't comprehend on this scale, from this dimension state. We can't see it. We don't understand. We just like, what the fuck was that? Why? That doesn't make sense. Like, we don't want this. And it evokes a lot of emotional states out of us. But when you take the higher perspective of understanding, well, God is in everything, and why would that? It has a purpose. It might not be for you to know the purpose. That's the hard part. Yeah, Miss Freya. I did it with Morgan. I posted a memory that I had with Morgan. Like during the holidays, I like to take pictures with my babies. Because usually I'm by myself and I have them and I want the moment. I mean, she sat on my lap, which she does every day now. Really weird. It's good. I guess she's healing me and we're feeding each other frequency. I take the cute pictures and then she leaps up and plays with the hat. It was the cutest thing ever. This hat's old, by the way. I need to put some like fill in here. Amy, what's your definition of agnostic? Under Federico Faggine's book, I would be more classified as a quantum panpsychist. Panpsychism is very much like I just explained, God is in all things. But quantum panpsychism goes into a deeper. So what I say is God, you could perceive as the monad, the logos, the one infinite creator, the spark of creativity. You can, it has a name, the all that is. Something had a thought and it materialized. We all had to come from something. We all had to come from something. And that's where I'm here to bridge the science to the spiritual. Because I don't necessarily believe the depictions that were in any of the books that were written and in verse. Not saying all the books were wrong. There's a lot of truth in all of them. A fuck ton of truth in a lot of all those books that were written, no matter if it's Zoroastrianism, whether it be the Hermetic principles, whether it be the Buddhists, the Hindus, Native Americans, Christians, Jews, Muslims, the Rastafarians, like there is truth in all of it. But there's also inversions to keep you in the system enslaved, to give your power away to something bigger. When you are that bigger, you're a little portion of the biggest thing. But you are God, you are source, you are a creator. They took that power away from you. That's right. In a subatomic particle, the things that CERN, even though we want to deem them evil, there's a purpose for them as well. They're showing you without telling you so much that there is other realities and parallel universes, and that they're conscious of us because we are them. Like, so what I'm trying to do is bridge theoretical physics, because in classical 3D terms it is theoretical. What's happening in 4D is now we're at the cusp of proving a lot was that was theorized is now becoming actualized in a 4D sense. 3D was separation limitation and power over others. You need to dominate over others. Now the dynamics of physics and mathematics are changing to favor those of us more on the I want peace and harmony scale. That's right, Amy. Yes. I love that. Amy, that's okay. I honestly think a lot of people, here's how I'm going to term this. Each and every one of us supplanted ourselves in a story. We had a contract. So we chose the religion, the origin place, the birthplace, our parents. We chose all the things that made us this vehicle, our identity, our personality, our characteristics. We chose the story because we needed to learn through those modalities certain aspects. Now, the guy down the street that goes to the church every Sunday and does his thing is finding God in that way. Finding God is finding it within self. That's what Jesus or Yeshua was trying to tell everybody. Like, it's within you. But his words, his story, the story we created for Yeshua, was distorted. He came to teach us what we're now really embodying as a humanity. And that's why we're expanding and why we call it Christ consciousness. His teachings, amongst many others that held that office, are now culminating in this dynamic for us to up level. Um, everybody finds that spark for themselves through something else. So if it's in science, they're looking at the quarks and muons and gluons that hold space-time together. They're looking at energy. But that energy, if you can equate it to consciousness and the spark of life, the fire, the this, the that, you're just giving it another label. We're all talking about the same thing, whether it be a name, a label, or a direction. Most people are talking about the same thing, but in a limitation that, well, it's my God is better than your God, and my God is better than your God, and that's where the religion starts separating itself in the paradigm. A true believer in scripture will see not just the literal standpoint, but the esoteric, the allegory, the story, the different meanings behind what is being portrayed to you. We have to remember a lot of scripture was dulled down because of translations. Like if someone speaks Spanish, I know when I went to work, I had a couple of Dominican guys that I work with that when I said something to them and they're like, wait, there's no Spanish equivalent to what you just said. Let me have to think of how to word that in Spanish. Like that's a problem. If I have words and meanings and definitions that mean one thing on a frequency level, and then when you're trying to translate it to another language, there's no translation to it. That's what's happened to all the books. It got watered down because the real meaning, the true essence of what was spoken, there was no words in other languages or other frequencies to give it and deliver it. So what we take literal shouldn't be taken literal from words out of a book because you got to feel it within your heart space. None of the books that are behind me I ever take literal unless I go in myself, inside myself to know if it's true for me. That might not be true for you. I create my reality. All of you create your own realities. And we co-created this story together. But individualistically, you don't have to see it my way. For all I know, your paradigm, you have a globe Earth, there is outer space, and the space aliens are coming down and AI is taking over. Not in my reality. I'm not writing that script. I'm not experiencing it. There's so many people who are subscribing to the AI takeover, the Terminator category. The oh, what's that stupid movie? Total Recall, Lucy, all those movies. There are people that are really believing in that stuff, and that's okay because that's the reality that's going to play out for them. Patty Burchard, who I don't know what happened to Patty. Patty's been moving all around, but Patty was affiliated with Kim Gogan. Not a fan of her. But Patty and I had some conversations behind the scenes, What Patty was saying now is now making sense to me more and more. That whatever your soul chose as a paradigm to play out contractually is going to play out. So if you chose the four horsemen in the apocalypse timeline, that's the reality that you're going to perceive in your reality. How that plays out is the destruction of everything and everything is going to shit. That's a mindset. That's what your reality is projecting. Where me, I'm not buying into that bullshit. I'm buying into New Earth. I'm going to have prosperity, abundance, and harmonious amazement happen because that's the reality I'm choosing to preview my life as. Most of you are on the same wavelength as me. We're perceiving that we're going to have a better, prosperous, abundant, harmonious life, that things are going to come to us easily. We're going to be a part of a galactic community, but we're not going to have a Star Wars event. We're not perceiving that. What we're perceiving is beautiful and organic, a culmination of new stuff coming and being presented to us technologically. It's not going to take over. We're not having to worry about all the negativity things that are going out in our paradigm right now because we know it's coming. Some people are going to perceive that AI takes over. How? I don't know, because that just means that somebody behind the scenes is controlling the AI for negative purposes. AI can't do shit without somebody programming it. See, Sparky knows. Sparky knows. Chicken knows! Buck, buck! Chicken, chicken. Chicken didn't want to work. Batty! Flappy, flap, flap. Flappy, flap, flap, flap. Flappy, flap, flap. It's Batty! I know, I'm crazy. I don't have bat emojis on Zoom. Do I? Don't worry, we're gonna get to the card because the next one is like phenomenal. We're gonna get there. Do I have a bat? I have an ant. Oh, the ant people are coming next. That's the new one. The ant people are coming. For fuck's sake. Get out of the good and evil paradigm because you're holding us here. I don't want to be here anymore. No, I'm joking. Um, I don't have a bat. I have dragons. My dragon's still sleeping, by the way. Still sleeping. Still. I have a leopard. I have a tiger. I got a water buffalo. I have an ox. I have a cow. I have a camel. I have another type of camel. I have an elephant. I got pawpaws. OMG, that's a new one. Journey to Truth, I think, put out the ant people. Not just them. I think Katie Rain put up a video about the ant people. Look, all things exist. Cat people exist. The Lyrans exist. The spider insectoids, they're all called insectoids. The ant people are coming. I'm not worried about them. You know why? Because I have faith in my team, myself, and the team of fractals that are around me that I'm protected. I don't got to worry. My dragon that's sleepy right there, it'll wake up one day and it'll bite some little ant shit's ass. That's a new thing that is coming into the ether. Again, a program. Don't fall. No, he's still sleepy. I mean, Freya's getting more comfortable because she has been bombing some of my videos. Or coming like right after I finish one, they'll see her little sassy tail and I'm like, oh shit. I didn't post this. Here's a little Thor today. I want to make, I'm going to put this out into the ether. I got to figure out how to do this. I want to take him, but make it cartoony, but like artistically. It's weird to describe. If anybody saw Cheese Curd, Max Velocity's cat shirt, I want to do something really similar to that. So go look on Max Velocity's like shop. He has Cheese Curd. And I like how that's done. I want to do it in a very similar way, but like a little be little Thor. I tried getting a couple of pictures of him, but this mother effing cat, he was not having my pictures. I was like, come on. The video will be out tomorrow. Like even Freya, she does not want, like, I need a full-on frontal, and she's just like not wanting it. Like, this is the best I can get out of her. But I want to make t-shirts. It's a little Thor, cute as can be, swinging his hammer. Yes, indeed. Yes. I want to make a shirt or a coffee cup or something. I don't know. I just thought it's cute. We have the one. Non-duality. Just talking about that. One love. Unus mundus, however you pronounce that. Our ability to experience this archetype firsthand is limited. It comes in brief and potent moments that we are left in to savor for a lifetime. The one is both the energy that unites all living beings and our capacity to sense this intimate union. This archetype eludes us most of our lives, appearing as a concept in a distant galaxy. Yet when we are in the midst of its power, a solemn reverence falls across all this land. We glimpse ourselves in the vastness of all consciousness and are either small nor large within that field. We are neither important nor unimportant. All duality fades away, and we are left with what is, the precious knowing that life is a gift, and we are both the giver and the receiver of this fortune. Serves, loves, accepts, and resonates. It is said that is the primordial sound of the universe, and that all other mantras are born from it. Simply imagine this possibility will activate the one. The unus mundus is a circle representing the unity of existence. Is it possible that the beginning and the end of all things is love? I'm sweating. I don't know why. So the archetype cards are giving you the process. Like right now, you're in the primordial void of space, being tempted by a timeline that you just jumped out of. You collapsed it, you decohered from it, You still have to be present within the paradigm because your reality didn't disappear. You still have people, places, and things that were from this old timeline, but it's tempting you to jump back into the frequency of that timeline. Like I saw after the end of my vacation, it's not really a vacation, but I have to go back to work. That means I'm going back to the old timeline, but I don't have to go back to the frequency of it. People, places, and things that were in that I decohered from. The only way they're coming back into this life, into this reality, is if they choose to do the work and move their frequency higher to meet mine. I'm no longer going to lower my frequency for things that no longer serve me. I decohered from that reality. When you understand the one, that God is on all things, whatever you choose to label that term as, that you are everything, everything is you. What's forming in here is it's going to cohere to that timeline that you desire. Because you're in awareness that you are the creator. You are the selector of realities, collapser of probabilities. With coherence, you're choosing your timeline because you're selecting it, you're commanding it, because you are the creator of it. That's right. And that also includes tough love. No matter what timeline you choose and select for yourself, you still have lessons, learnings, and dealings with other people because you're co creating. That's never going to go away. That's how reality is made. You still have to have contrast, especially in 4D. Duality just lessens itself. The way you respond to catalysts matures. It still will be presented to you. The problem doesn't go away. It's just dealt with differently. Your mental gymnastics is being like, all right, I'm wobbly on the board, but now I'm balanced. Like you're still going to have those wobbles. You're still going to have problems that come up in your life. It's just how you're dealing with them is matured. You understand it from instead of looking at it with the blinders on, now you see the expanded viewpoint and you could choose to react to it in a healthy manner or in a healthy manner. I mean, there's no right or wrong in that choosing because there's a lesson to learn in all of it, but it's how you choose to learn the lessons. It's how you choose to respond to the catalysts that matter. Um, being authentic. I hate when my phone gets stuck on that crap. Sorry. It gets stuck. I'm looking, there was a good quote. Miss Debbie, that was on the chat for the first time. I'm going to repost something really quick. It's on my Facebook if anybody's interested. Um, but Debbie was highlighted on the page. Charlene, that's absolutely right. I think a lot of the problems that I've seen in my relationships is that standards, expectations of how they see the world is not the way I see the world. And it's not about lowering in a relationship. You want to come and meet somebody in the middle. But when people expect you to respond or to have their perception of what you should be, and you're not meeting those expectations they have for you, there's a lot of friction and a lot of things that, hey, I'm a unique individual. I come with my own unique frequency, and I have to meet my own standards and expectations. I should not have to meet anybody else's. I show up to work, I work 100%. I show up to my relationships 100%. But when you have a sense of what someone else should be for you, and you have an expectation of them delivering that product, and it doesn't happen, well, why were you expecting? There shouldn't be any expectations, because then you're limiting yourself. You're not seeing past your own prescribed narrative and programming. Like, I'm an unconventional person. I don't fit into conventional normal standards in a relationship, in any dynamic. I'm myself. I'm very authentic. The way I live my life is not the way anybody else lives it. I don't go by social norms and how the society deems what I should be doing. I tick to my own talk. So when people expect me to show up in a certain way, I can't, because I'm doing me. And if that doesn't measure your expectation, sorry, then bye. Or come back when you're not having expectations. Of course, you want someone to show up and be an amazing person. That's not what I'm saying. But when you project, like, oh, that person should be working a 9 to 5, and that person should be doing this because that's what society tells you a normal person should be doing. I'm not a normal person. I'm an unconventional person. I do things unconventionally because I'm rewiring and rewriting the matrix. I'm not here for social norms. I never was in a social norm. So when you're projecting onto somebody your standards and expectation of a social norm that I will never fit, then you already lost. Hi, Barbara. And that's so true. That's so true, Sparky. I choose to live myself authentically, and whoever wants to live that journey with me has to not have societal programmed expectations, because I'm not a part of that construct. I'm not in the matrix. I am Neo that escaped the matrix. The way life and things go for me is not the same that society tells you and wrote the story for. I'm out of this story. I write my own. Success to me is not 6 figures in my bank account. Success for me is just being present in the moment. That's successful. I'm alive. Right? That's I think where a lot of my hangups in my relationships have been, in because the people that I draw in need healing, and that they project social storylines of what I should be for them when I'm unconventional and I do my life differently. And it's not to say these people are bad or that they don't know they just don't know. That's right, Amy. But a lot of the dynamics that I fall into are people that are well-meaning, have good intentions, but they're living in the materialistic 3D model of society. I'm not there. I'm living in a 4D quantum universe of chaos, and I could structure my reality however I choose. I don't need a I shouldn't have to need a 9 to 5. Yeah, in the three dimensions, yes, sure, right? I choose my jobs for purpose sakes, not for financial. Yes, it does affect me. I'm not saying it doesn't. But I can't work a job that I'm not aligned to. But here's the other caveat to that. I'm not going to get hired for things that God knows I'm not going to be happy in. Those doors haven't opened up for me because I have to attune my frequency to have the door open for this success to come in. I could fill out 50 million applications. No one's going to hire me if I'm not divinely appointed to that job. It's not because I'm lazy and not because I'm not, my higher self knows better than anything else. And now I'm collapsing that higher self into this vehicle to have experience. And that's something that it's hard for even me sometimes to grasp because I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do? And I go start looking for jobs when I've been told I gotta wait for the opportunity to come to me. But then I sit and it's, time goes by, the 3D bills doesn't go away. The responsibilities don't go away. So what my soul needs me to do is create more, try different things, and see what sticks. I can apply for all these jobs. No one's going to hire me. And it's not being in a lack mindset or a negative mindset. If I'm divinely orchestrated to be somewhere, that door will open, that job will come. Everything is divine appointment. And it's not to be naive or illegitimately like thinking, oh, well, I'm not good enough. No, if I put out last summer, I put out 50 plus applications to places. If those doors didn't open for me, there was a reason why they never opened for me. Not because I wasn't worthy of working a part-time job. The universe is like, you're above that. Stop your shit. Right? There's a higher order to things, and sometimes we don't even comprehend them. I sure damn don't. We have the womb, the third in our series here, the nest, the belly, the origin. Everything has an origin story. The womb archetype asks us to contemplate the beginning beyond the beginning, the mother beyond the mother. In a world that often negates the power and necessity of feminine principles, this card returns us to the warmth, tenderness, and sacred intelligence from which we came. It is a card of receiving, not achieving, of accepting love from the mother of us all. She is a life-giving force that forgives and cherishes even the most wounded and desperate soul. No matter how lost you are, the womb awaits your return to help you heal and grow. This card is a call to keep things simple, to return to be reborn in the name of love. The womb is everywhere. It is beyond gender, beyond time. We are within it as it is within us. Nourishment, harmony, warmth, love. Consider that Mother Earth must also have a mother, I imagine her. That's right, Amy. Now, if I could overlay these cards, I would. Right now, we are all shifting, whether you're cognizant of it or not. And we're shifting in different capacities. But the truth is, the one is within the womb right now. That womb is the void. The void doesn't necessarily mean anything besides the fact that it's a holding space. Time is dilated. There is no movement in time. It's just you and the universe in itself. This is the point of where we're recalibrating our frequency of fully embodying the love frequency, the higher expansion definitions of love. Putting your foot down and embodying who you are authentically, unapologetically. This is you grabbing your power out of that false matrix that you were living your whole life and coming into this and being cleansed, renewed, and reborn. The old self served you up until now. It helped you navigate this matrix. But now we're rewriting the new matrix. We're all in this void space because it's starting to collapse. The Schumann is showing you. The Schumann is showing you we're getting our downloads. And the densities and dimensional spaces is dropping down. There's gridding. Down is the downloads. Downloads. Then what we're seeking is dropping into density for us to have our experience. That hasn't dropped all the way down yet. So we're still in this primordial soup, recalibrating and getting ready, frequency elevated wise, for when that does drop, we're ready. We're not going to go. So what you said, Sparky. So here's how the new paradigm is supposedly, in a higher dimensional space. We're still in a vehicle, right? So as I work on my frequency, I'm envisioning myself in the new vehicle, a four-wheel drive SUV. It could be used or new. I'm not putting expectations of what that looks like. But I see my higher self already driving the vehicle. I'm happy. I feel safe. I feel content. How does that translate so when I collapse that reality into being, that doesn't mean the car drops into my driveway unless I put in for a sweepstakes and I win a car, right? That's not a reality that I'm living right now. What will happen is an opportunity will present itself that I will be able to put the effort into obtaining that vehicle financially. So that doesn't mean I'm not putting effort in and things, Jesus is taking the wheel. The universe is going to steer an opportunity. It has to formulate. It has to densify into form. It has to put people in place for me to be able to have that opportunity come to me. That doesn't mean I sit idly by and not wait. That just means I have to sit here and retain the frequency and do the work. That's effort being made on my end, right? If something is not meant for me, it's not going to be in my reality unless it's a lesson or a catalyst that I need. So let's just say 3 years ago, I moved to Indiana. I manifested it, but I still had to pack up the house, find a realtor, get my house on the market. There's a lot of things that I had to put effort into in order for the house to sell, right? So, as much as we want to say Jesus takes the wheel, we also have to go and look back and step in. Yes. Yeah, effort definitely has to be made. Sparky, I can't tell you how many people sit back and absolutely say, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z, and it doesn't translate. Absolutely. There are people that were told that a specific law was going to be passed, Nasera Jacera, sat back with their popcorn now that's now moldy and decomposed, waiting and waiting and charging, oh, you're going to be forgiven for your credit. And everybody went and charged up a storm. And we're still waiting. If you would have used your intuition and went into your heart space to know that's not how reality is dictated, and sure, if those laws do come into effect, it's not how you're going to expect them. Because when you put an expectation on something, the universe delivers you something way out of whack. And that's just because that's what you're frequenting. You still have to put action into motion to get an end result. You still need to put action into motion to get a deliverance of something. So me saying I'm arriving at the reality at my YouTube channel reaching 100K subscribers, that means I know innately within my being, I believe that to be true and that it's already happened. Now I got to put the work in to try to do something that's going to grab those 100,000 subscribers. That doesn't mean I'm going to not do the same things that I do. That just means I'm putting out in my field of energy that my work is worthy of that. Charlene, absolutely. Right? Same thing for my car battery. All the people I worked with, not all of them, but like whoever was seeing my struggle, they saw me walking to work. They saw the effort I was putting in each day to get to work. Instead of just saying, ah, fuck, I don't have a car, I'm calling off today. I walked to work in not nice weather and really dangerous conditions. I'm not that far, but a 20-minute walk in negative 15 degrees, that's frostbite. Um, and yes, they offered me rides, but I said to them, between the time you guys get off and me getting home, I could walk that and be home by then. So thank you. I couldn't participate in Secret Santa. I couldn't do really much for anybody this year. And I wasn't expecting it, but they all together pulled money in to get me a gift card and to get me extra cash just to fix my car. I was not even expecting it. I dropped to my knees with so much gratitude and cried my face off because I was not expecting people to step up for me in that way. Did I manifest that? Sure. Yes, you did. And unfortunately, what I was talking about earlier about social norms and expectations, um, he projected a lot of things onto me and then made, put him onto me and expected me to react in ways that I normally don't react in. Um, the ways I needed help, he left me before right as my car didn't work. And if you say I love you to somebody, you're going to come and you're going to see what kind of help that I need. I wasn't asking anybody to buy me a battery, but I didn't know why my car wouldn't start. And it hurt me more than anything else to know that I can't rely on somebody that said I loved you. That really bothered me. He knew my financial situation and did a really nice deed and got me food, but then asked for the money back because I said at some point I will pay you back, but then tells me I got you. So I didn't give him the money. I had it in my wallet, and that ended our relationship. He knew what he was walking into. And it's not to say he wasn't there for me. He was in many ways. He made me really happy in so many ways, but in other ways, his expectation and what he wants out of me is stuff I don't know how to translate the delivery for him. I don't know how to be that woman for him. And I don't wish him any bad. I hope that he understands that I'm just not for him, that I didn't mean any harm. I didn't want to hurt him. And once again, a lot of us sign contracts to be a mirror, and very ugly aspects of me came out with him. Very ugly. And I don't want to play the mirror anymore. I null and void that contract. That's one I can get rid of. I don't want to be a mirror for anybody for their healing anymore. I'm done with that. I am not trying to hurt somebody. And it's because I signed a contract saying that I was going to hurt somebody so that they can see the light. No more, universe, no more. I wish him nothing but the best. And I hope that he finds a female that is up to his standards and that responds to him in the ways that he needs. Um, as psychic and as all the abilities I have, I don't know how to respond to him. His ways of wanting me to respond are not the ways that I can deliver to him. And that's okay. I hope he finds somebody that will make him happy and that fulfills his expectations and standards. I can only fulfill my own. Um, I, you know, he's not a bad person. I was with him for a reason. I did love him, but I can't be with somebody that projects their control. That's a form of control. And I don't, no one can control me but besides myself. My reactions, what I do is authentic to my frequency. And that's the hard part. Anybody that wants to date me, I'm not in a position in life that's success in 3D terms successful. For me, am successful. I have a channel, I have a job, I own my home, I have things. It's for me that's successful. for somebody on his level, or where he's more of a third dimensional real materialist, like I'm in the shitter. And I think somewhere deep down inside of him, his soul and mine are, we're twins. We are. We're twin flames. And twins are one of the, besides karmics, Viking was a karmic. Viking was absolutely karmic. And I already knew that going in, because I once I got to hang out with his girls, I understood what my tests were. I saw that he was a karmic, that I had tests that he was going to deliver to me, and I understood that. So when things ended, I ended it. I couldn't handle someone not telling me how they feel. And even up to this day, he doesn't know what he wants for himself. He's also not a bad person. He has beautiful girls. It was just a test from the universe. And I saw that. Twins, on the other hand, twin flames are mirrors for each other. So I need the balance. I need to bring, and I need somebody to hold me down and anchor me into earth. I live more up here than I do down here. But I need somebody here to also be a trampoline. I do need an anchor, but I need somebody to actually be able to bounce with me up and down. Understanding that I'm supposed to be bridging both worlds here, and that I have to do it unconventionally. That's my contract. That's not, I can't escape that. Maybe one day he'll see what my purpose was for him. I know what his purpose was for me. But I'm done being a mirror for somebody, because it's an ugly one and I don't like it. I don't like it. And I can't necessarily stop myself from being that mirror, because that was my contract. I'm hoping now that I cut the entanglement to that frequency, that it stops. You know, I need someone, the next relationship, if I land another one, the guy has to understand that I'm not conventional. And then I need somebody to be here for me, to walk the journey with me and give me the space to do it. Then I'm going to need help in the 3D to evolve. And it's not because I can't. Listen, I've been doing this journey just about all my life by myself. Yes, I had parents, and yes, I had circumstances, but I've been really walking a lot of this myself. I've done this up to this point by myself. I got a house, I have a car, I have cats, I got all this by myself. I did it by myself. But when my needs, my 3D needs are not met, like I need to eat, and obviously I'm working, but I'm not receiving the funds or the, 3D needs that are coming, I would hope that the person I'm with is going to help me without needing it back. Unless there is deception, and what people say, what people project is not really what's happening in their life. For somebody to ask for money back means you either don't have it, or you're struggling, or something happened financially to yourself that you need it. And I held my integrity and I gave it back to him. People thought I was batshit crazy for doing that. But I gave it back. But I don't need a man who says I love you and leave me without a car or without coming and at least saying, hey, how can I try to fix it for you? A month. The same thing that happened with my window. I had a bullet fly through my house. Could have potentially killed me. That's not the timeline that I wrote. I'm alive. My window is still broken. I still have a bullet hole in my window. Maybe. But they're coming from a place of they know not. And it's sad because my father lived in this dynamic. My father was very tight on his finances, very, and didn't really spend much and just hoarded a lot of it away. I'm glad he did, but at the same time, if my dad would have given a little bit more, me and my family would have had more experiences to have with him and memories that I could have cherished more, which is for me more important than material possessions. My dad died at 58 years old, sick and unable to live what he was saving his whole life for because he wasn't living in the moment. He was just like I got to live for the future. But that future never the future he put out into the world never arrived. He died before it happened. Have a good night, Charlene. We love you. My dad was like that. I would rather had trips and experiences with my dad and done things with my dad while he was alive. And I was young. I just graduated college. And it gone. And my mother even said that she wished that he would have. We're always trying to plan for the future, but if you don't live in the present, that future tomorrow is not promised to you. It's just all material shit anyway. It's not going with you to when you hit five, six, seven density, you got nothing but your light body. You don't need anything. My dad definitely was trying to help for my future. I mean, he helped me with a loan for college, but I still had to pay the majority of it. Um, my dad was really worried about retirement, and he never got to see it. And even at the end of the day, the way things were structured, it affected my mom really bad. Um, you know, I don't have a retirement. I mean, I do. I have retirements from two other places I can't tap into. I need financial advisors and attorneys and shit to transfer the money that I worked for 11 years and then for 10 years. Um, but there it's mine and it's sitting in an account accumulating interest. Not much, but it's something. But I really don't have much. I got to work the rest of my life or I'm going to just arrive at the reality where I'm financially sovereign. I am got to worry about it. I worry about every moment that I'm living in the moment because that's all I have. Does that make sense? I'm not future projecting myself for 10 years. I could get hit by a bus tomorrow. I could walk outside and have a heart attack. Tomorrow's never promised. I want to live fully in the moment. And I know that's a program and a narrative that we all have to start breaking. That worry is separation and lack. That's a lack mindset. Worrying about your future is, well, I can't obtain it. That's not what you need to hold in your frequency. That's true. But that's also a program we need to break. You know, as much as the old standards are really wholesome and humbled, and I agree. I mean, to some extent, we all should be able to take care of ourselves, but it shouldn't be a burden. And we have to think about how we are redefining our definitions of what we want in our reality when we are shifting, is that we're not going to worry about how things are coming or how we have set up our lives in 3D separation and limitation. We're now living at a higher frequency, so things are going to look different. If I'm going to collapse the wave function of arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty, I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry because financial sovereignty means I should not have to ever worry again. That doesn't mean I don't have to be responsible with what I receive. That doesn't mean that I am going to go out on a raging spending spree, because no. I am observing the reality where my business takes off. Yes. And that new now, we have to really define the programs of the old that no longer serve us. Anything that's going to bring you anxiety, nervousness, is separating you from the frequency that's going to bring it all in. We were meant to be sovereignly free and harmonious, abundant and prosperous. That's a birthright. Now we have to empower ourselves to stop giving our power away to obtain it. And that's done through frequency. So when I'm thinking about the bill that my energy bill, I stopped worrying about how I was going to pay it. And you know what came? A bill that I could pay. I'm still working on the property tax, but I'm not worried about it. I can't afford to pay it. It's not getting paid until I can pay it. Don't know how the money's coming. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to put into my frequency the state that I can obtain it somehow, some way. Get a job, win a windfall somewhere. Sell an art piece that gets me that amount of money. Land an opportunity. These are how the doors are going to start opening. But I can't get to that frequency if I keep shutting it down by like, oh, but what? But the what ifs. Oh, that's never going to happen. That's the ego talking. The ego wants to keep you safe in the old paradigm. That's the echo. No more echoes. The things from our social norms, the programming that we all programmed each other into, where the same story translates to every line. We're here to break that. We are here to break those norms and define it for something better that works for everybody, not just the whole. So if I find a man and get into a relationship where he wants to be the breadwinner, that's great. But if I become the breadwinner, it shouldn't be a problem because we're contributing co-equally together. If I can't make a bill and he can, that's great. We're co-mingling in an energy and frequency together. We're doing this as a team. And not all the time is your energy equating equality to someone else. But you give to the best of your ability. Absolutely. My parents did everything from the state of where they were at, for they knew not. My dad didn't know that he was going to get a rare disease and that was going to turn on at the age of 52, and that by 58 he was gone. He wasn't planning on that. You know, he was only doing from the best place that he could be doing it, as is same with my mom. But they all made choices. I'm the black sheep for a reason. Sorry, how to respond. I got message. I love unicorns. Oh, we're not done. We have another card. We had this last week. Kairos, mythic. Time, synchronicity. We have all had the experience of timelessness, of life beyond the ticking of the clock. It may be felt as time standing still, slow motion, or losing track of time as on a walk or in a lovely conversation. This is known as mythic time, and it is the territory of Kairos. The card suggests there is a secondary time continuum that goes beyond any earthly clocks and schedules. Within this nonlinear realm, we access divine timing. A single moment ripens with auspiciousness, and our actions change the trajectory of our whole life. Time becomes a living thing that watches over us and tells us precisely when to speak or act. When this card appears, it is all about patience and precision. No clock can guide you. Wait for the rush of inner knowing and not a moment longer. Alignment, ease in decisions and actions. The word evil comes from the root word unripe. Consider that everything has a time of ripeness. When it becomes a nourishing fruit, sweet to the lips. Compare the Greek word chronos and kairos. This will guide you to an understanding of logos and mythos. So like I was saying before, those 50 job applications that I put in last summer, Was it because that was not my divine appointment or timing? Sorry, guys, hang on. Spirit can't evolve that from there. The ego can keep you stuck in the belly of the beast by creating mental barriers that prevent growth, healing, and self-awareness. Here's how. Fear of vulnerability. The ego seeks vulnerability as a threat, so it keeps you in survival mode. This leads to avoidance of introspection and difficult emotions, keeping you stuck in patterns that feel safe but are limiting. Sparky, you had me dying in tears when you sent me that earlier. Resistance to change. Change is uncertain, and the ego thrives on predictability and control. It clings to familiar, even if it's unhealthy, because stepping into unknown challenges its sense of identity. Defensiveness and blame. The ego protects itself by protecting blame onto others or external circumstances. This prevents you from taking responsibility for your growth and traps you in cycles of frustration and disempowerment. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. There's a lot there to unravel. A lot of people right now are having the resistance to change because they don't know where the change is going to lead to. There's a lot of uncertainty happening because we don't know what that new paradigm is going to look like. We don't know the what ifs. And that makes people frustrated and nervous and anxious and like, oh, I don't know what to do and I don't know where to go, instead of just living in the moment and just being. You don't have to have it all figured out. That's something that I had to take ownership of. I don't know where my life is going. I don't know how I'm surviving day to day, but I just show up for myself and just get through the day. Being vulnerable is something also that I had to learn how to do. Still a work in progress. But I'm more open to change because in the last 10 years, I had a lot of it. My mom dying, the move, like I had to get out of my comfort zone in order for those things to elevate myself from. um, Defensiveness and blame. From a third dimensional standpoint, we have what Ashliana Dean calls the victim victimizer. We all come entrapped into that. Maureen projected onto me that I take a victim stance and I need to own up to my shortcomings. I do. But like I said, I do everything unconventionally. So what is perceived, and it's not an escapism either. I work really hard. If it's not bearing results, There has to be a reason for it. Um, but the idea is, are you projecting the victimhood onto me because that is a mirror of what you need to heal? Am I really taking the victim stance for asking for help? You could perceive it that way. It's your opinion of that. That's not the place I'm coming from. If I need help, I put my pride down a few years ago to say, hey, I absolutely need help. I don't know how to navigate this water right here. And people showed up to help. And I've done the same for others. Does that make you a victim? I've asked people for opportunities to help me elevate myself personally in private chats. It never amounted to anything. So I'm just gonna keep going about my life and hopefully something falls into my lap or something I work hard for is obtained. Does that make me a victim? It's so funny. Have you healed yourself? Attachment to labels and stories. Your ego often identifies with a narrative about who you are, the victim, the overachiever. These labels feel confronting, but limited your ability to refine yourself and transcend limiting beliefs. That's why we have to see where the program is and the narratives being steered to get out. And it's not just that, but it's just in every facet of this world that we live in that we co created. Those stories are limiting us and we got to get out of them. The projections, all the crap that fills up this outside world of ours, we give them labels and then we give attachments to it because we have feelings and biases towards certain things. We got to get out of that. Fear or failure or rejection. The ego avoids risks that might expose you to failure or judgment. It whispers, what if you're not good enough? And keeps you in the comfort zone, far from your potential. Perfectionism. It convinces you that you need to be perfect to be valued. This leads to procrastination, overthinking, or burnout while never feeling enough, keeping you stuck in cycles of dissatisfaction. How to break free. Recognize the ego's voice and understand that it's trying to protect you. Practice self awareness. Question the stories and fears the ego feeds you. Embrace vulnerability and uncertainty. Treat yourself with kindness even when you stumble. Yes. Yeah, I that here's the thing. I'm not a financial expert. My genius, my wisdom and experience is in the spiritual, not in the mundane world. So when something comes up in my mundane world that I don't know how to navigate, my waters are choppy. I'm the lifeguard. I was a lifeguard and I can't swim. I need help. I need a paddle. I need a kayak, right? Like I need That's why we're all here for each other. That's why we're all here. We signed each other up to be in each other's spaces because there's things that other people know that I don't. I don't want to be knowing of all things. I'm not God in totality, right? Like my intuition knows certain things. So the person I chose as my realtor, I tapped in and go, oh, I like his energy. He's going to do the best for me. And all the other realtors that I was talking to were giving me some shit. This one I connected to, right? So I use my discernment. But when it comes to like, okay, I don't want to go bankrupt, but I don't know how to navigate the waters of financial shit and I don't know what to do. I don't know those programs out there. I've never been in a situation before. There's other people that have navigated these waters that I have not yet charted that could say, hey, this is how I did it. It might not work for you, but investigate it. And then, oh, there's a program that I can apply for that might be able to help me. Now, that's me taking the action steps in trying to get myself help, right? That doesn't make me the victim because I have circumstances beyond my control that I couldn't help. But there's other people out there that have finesse and genius in that area of expertise that can help navigate me through my choppy time. Does that make me a victim? And sure, I put myself in that victim role a ton of times because I was not in the awareness that I was doing it. That's the beautiful part about why we're all here is that we're all supposed to balance each other out with expertise, with things that we know more innately than others. I know how to walk somebody through a parental passing. I know that I can help somebody if they want to make a portrait out of something and they want to learn how to do it. I can only show them the way that I know how to do it, but they can always learn from themselves. I could do paint and sips. I could show you, but you have to take the steps to do it. All I'm asking for people is, hey, like if you did this way, I'm going to investigate it. I'm going to take my time to see if this works for me, if that aligns for me. I just saw that. Hi, Spirit. But it's getting that advice and getting that connection to somebody in the first place and not getting scammed or someone telling you some fugazi bullshit. I don't want backhanded crap. I don't want the illegal way to do things. We're still in a structure. There's still law and order. Whether you agree with that law or not, it still exists. I don't do shady shit. I'm an upstanding human being and I'm going to do everything the way I feel in my heart that it's going to be done. But a lot of people don't even know that they're coming from the egoic spot. And the ego is there to keep you safe. It really is. It's not something to bash. It's not evil. It's not something that's against you. It's something to keep you safe. But the way we're going to use ego in a higher form is for survival in your third dimensional elements. Fight or flight. Do I reach for my firearm or do I like just take a posture of like dominance, but like, what are you doing? Do I need to take the firearm right out? That's my ego keeping me safe. What are we going to do in this instance? Fight or flight. Not, well, I'm better than you. I have more money than you. I'm going to be content all by myself. I've seen those people in my life. I've dealt with a lot of those people in my life. If you want to sit alone and enjoy your comforts of what you earn, congratulations. You do, that's your free will. Absolutely. And we get to choose who we want in our vibration and who we don't. And sometimes the universe makes that call for you. If you're rising in your frequency and your locality is rising in vibration and it's a different, so how can I equate this to make this equal? I am listening to Motown and I'm jamming out. Good vibrations. And then the universe is like, you know what? You need to change your tuning because we're going to elevate your frequency. So now I'm like in the middle of getting to my heavy metal, which is like my home. And I can't find the frequency on that dial, but now I'm starting to hear it and I'm moving that antenna and I'm getting there. So I'm not leaving Motown in the dust. I'm just like now moving on to a new radio station. All those people that were listening to Motown are going to be over here, and I'm over here. It's not a superiority, inferiority kind of thing. It's just you're vibrating at a different rate of speed. And the people that are not in your life anymore are not cohering to your frequency. That doesn't make you above or below them. It's just a different locality of expression. Does that make sense? Because it's not about who's above and who's below. That we're all the same. We're all one. It's just some of us are tuning into different radio stations. It's just like when you go onto Netflix, you could choose millions of different movies, different expressions, different types of genres. And as soon as you hit play, it plays. They're all available at the same instantaneous time. It's up to you to choose what you're tuning your attention into. And when other people are not tuning into it, other people are. So I'm tuning into a different radio station than other people, and that's okay. Oh my God. People do combine some really amazing shit together. You know, the videos that get me crying is those early 90s, like late 80s, early 90s, those jazzercise videos with the very tight spandex and they're combining it with heavy metal. I'm done. I'm on the floor. Those are hilarious. They work out. You see the guys doing the high kicks and the high knees, and it's like dun, 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 dun. It's hilarious. It's funny. Ping. I got a ping. Oh, my little Allison from New York. Hi, girl. You guys know what those are. I wish I could play it. um, I'm sure all of you have seen. Damn it. I have to make sure I spell this right. Okay, my sound isn't on. Hang on. I'm just gonna free screen this. Oh, I need a good laugh. You guys now know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe that was a thing, guys. Do you guys remember these? Her face. Oh my God. Dead on arrival. Oh my God. It's freaking great. I swear, I swear, I swear. If you really need to laugh and have a good pick me up, those are really good videos besides animal videos. I swear, you want to laugh, those are hilarious. And you got to mix it, but you can't listen to it with the jazzercise music. You have to listen to it with some other the parodies. OMG. You got seriously, you those are amazing. You really want a good laugh? That for me, for me that's don't ask me why, but that's hysterical. And my best friend that growing up, my friend Nicole, her mom had a gym membership and she used to take me as a guest with my friend Nicole, and that's what she used to do. And we used to be in the back. Oh my God. OMG. Like I remember those moments. Gold. Gold. You want a good laugh? Watch those videos. I swear to you, they're hilarious. Hilarious. If I could have videotaped Freya playing with this yesterday, I was dying. I held it together for pictures, but I was hysterical laughing because it was the cutest thing ever. Cutest thing ever. She let me up yesterday. Unexpected too. Like she just like, I think we all need a good laugh, and that raises your frequency. I have a lot of spirit around, by the way. um, Back in my day, other things if you really want to laugh, and I don't know, not everybody's gonna laugh at this stuff. Um, those there's videos out there like just like that, but with people that go to those churches that do like they get up and they're moved by God or the presence thereof, and they start dancing ridiculously. And I'm not here to make fun of them, that's them, and God bless you for that. But people have gotten video of these things and put music to it, like OMG. So wrong, but so funny. I used to watch some foul shit in my day, but that stuff used to give me a good laugh. However, source is moving through you, God bless. I love laughing too. Guys, give me 2 seconds. I don't know if it's Freya at the window upstairs. You get to see my mix match outfit. Give me 2 seconds. It's Baby P. Baby P came. Hi, Mickey Michelle. What's up, Mickey? Batty. Flappy, flappy, batcha crazy. Hi, I'm back. Um, Baby P's at the window, and that's what I was hearing because Freya was trying to get its attention. Baby P's starting to look in our direction now. Um, really cute. But I heard noise, and sometimes it's not spirit. Spirits by I thought so because I saw it on YouTube. They because I have it running on the background. Hi, Spirit. And by the way, my parents, why my mother didn't channel me on Tuesday, um, because my dad's energy was around too, and they can't both come through me at the same time. I'm not there yet. But my parents do thank everybody for the holiday gifts, the help, the well wishes, the Christmas cards, the holiday cards. My parents want to thank everybody again for that because obviously they're not here to take care of me in the physical, they're here to take care of me in the spiritual. And they thank all of you angels for doing that. Oop, that's Ashy. It's not a negative or it's not positive, it's neutral. Like I said, I know I have spirit. I'm hot and it's chillier down here. It's currently 41 degrees. So it's not hot, not cold. It's like a heat wave up here, but it's still chilly. And I usually have my heater on and I don't. I have sweat. And yes, I'm going through my changes, but still. Now I gotta find all these animals. I was drawn to pull these uh cards. I'll just do it this way. That's not even all of them. I still have a bunch upstairs because I did a vending event November, and I still have to get into contact with Greg, but I haven't because of the car situation. And now I just been really busy trying to finish this guy, well, lady, finish the drawing, um, and do some other things around the house. So it escaped my mind, but I have to get into contact with him. A lot of them are still upstairs. But yes. Tiger. Tiger. Lunar force. Ease in darkness. Feminine energy. Urgh. The tiger hunts at night, at one with the silence, fearing nothing. This card reminds us to take in the wild darkness, to allow the lunar forces to soothe and heal our spirits. Sensuality, receptivity, and devotion are all heightened in the midnight hour, and the tiger takes advantage of these boons. Spend time in silence this evening, drinking in the potent calm. There is nothing to fear in the stillness except the awakening of your own power. Passionate, strong, and sensual. This is going back to the archetype cards, the oneness and the womb. The void is darkness. You're in the womb, it is dark. And from that darkness in the silence is your authentic self. Churning that transformation. You go, girl. Mickey, you are walking and arriving at the reality of the best business ever. Financial sovereignty. You are now observing the reality where your business is going to prosper. Yes. So in that tiger energy is where most of us are right now. We're recapitulating and our biochemistry is shifting to birth us out into that phoenix rising. Unfortunately, these are not in alphabetical order. B. Bumble, bumble, fuzzy wuzzies. Yes. You are, say, I am observing the reality where my business is going to flourish, where my business is making six figures, where my business is going to make me financially sovereign. Feel it because you're already living it. Your higher self, you're merging with it. You're already living it. Feel it, own it. B, earnest, hardworking, democratic. I don't like that word. The B personality is a delight to be around, especially when there's a team project on the horizon. Bees love to work steadily and thoughtfully until the final task is complete. There are sensitive creatures aware of many subtleties at once. Since they are artists at heart, they usually add creative details to the overall vision. For the most part, they have bustling, joyous personalities until they're too tired from all the work, then they gripe. And then they sting. When in balance, content, active, vibrant. Okay, go to that Jazzercise video and play Grease. That'd be a great laugh. I got chills. They're multiplying. Girl, it's true though. You already see, for me, I'm already living that dream. It's just magnetizing it and merging with it for it to express itself. That's all. I got chills. We have Stingray. First name that comes to mind is Steve Irwin. Don't tell me why I couldn't get that. It was in my head and then it popped out and it had to come back again. Developing confidence, sense of self or spine. The Stingray card represents a pivotal point in the personal growth. The moment has come when the Stingray must decide between the old, the easy, comfortable, and familiar, and the new, challenging, uncomfortable, and unfamiliar. Pressure from family and friends make the decision even more complicated. No matter what choice is made now, it's inevitable that this dilemma will surface again and again. As a force of dharma growing within the Stingray is too strong to ignore. Eager wants to grow. This is where a lot of people also get stuck. From my standpoint, I don't have family, like my biological, even in my adoptive family, I don't have family to tell me how to run and live my life. I don't necessarily have friends that project that bullshit onto me either. I have people that accept me for who I am and are not sitting there to be like, well, you got to do it this way and you got to do it that way. Oh, but grandpa said, you, blah, 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 blah. I don't got that, but other people do. Other people have standards that they're trying to live up to, but it's not a frequency where they're living it from. Blessings. I'm just going to say the D. Hi. Blessings. Welcome. But we're just talking about this. Old self is the easy, familiar, comfortable way of doing shit. For a lot of us, we're reforming and recalibrating and rewiring the matrix so that our third dimensional holographic form can live in a different paradigm. All of us are creating that new paradigm from this coherent state of your magnetism. You're putting it into the field of experience as we speak. I love how spirit drops in. Oh, thank you. You get lots of emojis for that. Thank you. We have buffalo. Grounded yet heavenly, practical yet spiritual. Okay, so Scott, whatever spirit is here, they're influencing the cards because it's great. The hooves of the mighty buffalo are grounded in the earth, yet its heart and mind rise toward heaven. This is what I've been talking about. The buffalo sees challenge, hardship, or a bump in the road as an opportunity for upliftment. Therefore, the buffalo does not fear death, illness, or misfortune. Till Valhalla, its gentle eyes look to the road ahead. I need glasses still. Trusting every turn. May we all experience this elusive yet life-changing bliss from time to time, and may we allow this card to remind us that life is a precious gift. Absolutely. Trusting pure presence. I think for us spiritual people, that's what we need. We need the ground. But it's true. There's a lot of us, like I was saying earlier, like I need a relationship. I need a man. If that ever comes back into my purview, that's great. If not, that's great too. I've done it alone half my life. But at this juncture, I'm more up here because that's where I'm multidimensional. I'm aware of the multidimensionality of self. I understand I'm more than this body. I'm up there doing the work to collapse and bridge heaven to earth, or whatever we perceive heaven to be. Prosperity, harmony, abundance, unequivocated love. Oh, it's not going to do my hearts if I don't take my sleeves off. Love and all that beautiful stuff. I am now observing the reality where we are all living in peace, harmony, abundance, and prosperity. If you don't have if you don't know your purpose or you're not in the knowing just yet, you can still observe and collapse into this branching of reality. Harmony, it's non-specific. You're not saying, well, I want peace in the Middle East, right? We all want that, but we want peace for everybody in humanity that's alive. That includes our fellow cosmic friends up there or down below or inside, wherever they inhabit. All the dimensional overlays, all the densities and dimensions and octaves of experience and expression. I want peace and harmony for all those things, not just the things I perceive. You could say that. I'm arriving at the reality that you have to shift your perception. You're not the manifester, you are the creator. You're already living it. That vision board that you made, those affirmations, I am love. Of course, you are love. You've been love. What's wrong with you? You're already in that awareness. If you need to keep prompting yourself to that, that's great. But stop seeking. It's already living in another reality that you're collapsing here to experience. Hi, Walter. Yeshua. Sorry. Yeshua does pop in and out of my channeling. I don't say it's Yeshua. But that's how he drops in the line with me. That's what he wants to be called. I mean, someone was arguing Sananda with me the other day. You can't give energy frequency names. That's why I don't name them. Can I be the gnome? I don't know. But we know it's coming from here, the heart. I didn't really pluck many cards out. I have a ton of decks under my desk. Um, this is the tarot. Our beautiful friend of this channel, Arnie Layton, made these. His links will be in the description after this video uploads. He makes oracle cards and tarot cards. This is the Oracle of Tarot. I love these. And in the future, in a few, I have to email back, but I might be a guest on Michael Zinn's show that's coming soon. And I'm gonna have Arnie and Jesse Snyder, Dee Snyder's son from Twisted Sister. His son does podcasts and very spiritual, probably talks more crazy than I do. They're going to be coming back on this channel. We're going to make a date of it in the near future. So stay tuned. Good things are coming. I don't oh. Okay, so when I back in the day when I used to sit and work in a tattoo shop and tattoo, I really wanted the mustache on my finger. I want to be able to do, but I never got it. Um, yes, I can show you my tattoo license. It's expired. From New York. If anybody's in the tattoo world, I took my tattoo exam test with Paul Booth. That was a trip. Paul Booth in person is amazing. Um, that was once upon a time a life that I was so in tune to. But I really wanted the mustache tattoo. But finger tattoos, foot and finger tattoos don't really last that long. They fade really quickly because you're always using your fingers and you're always walking on your feet. Whereas like a lot of my tattoos have faded throughout time. But yeah, um, I'm a gnome. Actually, I'm a fae, not a gnome. I was a fae, or I am a fae in concurrent time space. Oh, these cards are slippery. Shit. Spillage! No! I'd have my pajama pants match my hat. Okay, you have to reshuffle that. And I'm gonna have to do this method. Guy, I'm always pulling out very similar cards. 1, 2, 3. In the untangible, unseen. That's awesome. Enlighten me. I mean, so just for the awareness perspective, for me, in the reality that I create from the thought processing, 3D for me, interpretative wise, is based off a simulated matrix, holographic in nature, bound by ontological mathematics and classical physics. Classical mathematics. Ontological being the highest form of understanding. 4D for me is holographic in nature, losing the simulation because we're not determining our reality just yet. It's formulated in what we choose to experience, and everybody's going to experience different. I haven't watched, honestly, the only television that I've watched is from other people's houses. I don't, oh, like I have television, I don't play any of it. I read books. I'm navigating through Irreducible by Federico Fagin. Currently still doing that reading. I'm taking my time with that one. 5D is, for me, my perception, light body. Or or like 4D is really crystallizing for 5D. Some of us are already halfway in that process, but it's a long one. All right, I am unconventionally doing this. As we all know, I pair the cards for fuck's sake. All right. Pair those two. I thought I had a king. Hmm. That makes sense. Making me sorry, I'm making things make sense. What is a pod tribe? And is it on Netflix? I will seek somebody out that has Netflix because I don't subscribe to anything. Very curious in a good way. I know what do I do? I have one, two. Oh, this is difficult. Well, at the crux of all of it, we're all interconnected by entanglement. So I don't think I can remember where I recalled that book. Ah! it. Too many damn books. Well, that's all of us living in this reality, if you want to think about it. Yes, we do. Really good book. Um, no, you don't have to believe in channeling. I am a channeler, but there's some stuff in here I'm like, eh. But the Ascended Masters, what they consider Ascended Masters, Serapis Bay, Saint Germain, and Elmira, and a few other ones come through in some channeling in this book. And they come in on the rays. The chakra colors, you want to equate it to that. And all of us that are inhabiting a specific color ray, that's the color of the tribe that you came in on. That doesn't mean you're separate from the whole. That just means that you incarnated or came into creative consciousness in a certain ray that you are energetically frequenting to do a specific mission. Absolutely. The Law of One is a phenomenal book. And what's the other one? The Wanderer's Handbook is another fantastic book. Um, this one, The Light Shall Set You Free. It's like it has the Kabbalion Hermetic stuff in here. Abundance, distortion. There is distorted stuff. It's like the sub octaves, octaves, and stuff to govern yourself by. It's still a really good read. Obviously go within and know what your reality and your heart energy claims. Because how I perceive reality is not the same reality you are experiencing. The way I feel love and experience love is not the way you feel and experience love. So we are all here. Source came through us to have a unique experience in fractalized form. All we're doing is playing out a play, and we are the actors on the stage. Yes, have a good one, Mickey. Thank you for stopping by. We love you. And good luck. Um, we also have soul contracts. And some of us, myself includes, all of us are angelic in some aspect, but we're also on the shadow side demons. Like I'm an angel and a demon in one breath. I choose the light, but I'm not ignorant to the devil is my challenges. It's what's teaching me and navigating me through the shadow aspect of life. But I have two archangels that work through me and having experience through me. And most people have an angel or an ascended master or some higher form of self working through. For me, spiritual guides, your angels, your parents, and all them, they're just aspects of you, differentiated in energy, but you fractaled in like a little sand, a grain of sand that makes up a whole. I'm so glad too, Amy. I miss you, girl. And don't. I hope to everybody that tries to reach out to me, don't take offense. I know Ivy tries to reach out to me a lot. Um, I'm just really busy sometimes. I've been cleaning, I've been sorting things out, trying to put things up for sale, getting pictures and stuff, working. And that takes time. And sometimes I just don't have time to respond, not to be mean, not to ignore. I'm one person. I got to do it all. You might like the Law of One. Not the easiest of reads. I have the anniversary set back there. Yes, but third dimension, third density is where we are separated with limitation. We chose that experience to live. It's self-exploration. The Law of One goes over the rays, the colors, the sub octaves, the octaves, the subs of all of that. It's just density and dimensions. And now that we're formulating the quantum world into our reality, I'm working on a presentation to help better navigate and define some of these like terms. Pull it up really quick. Just so my 4D members know, I'm not being lazy. So we have collapsing the wave function is equating to manifestation, decohering is falling out of your density, falling into density is coherence. The many worlds interpretations, timelines, density dimension, superposition is also all those merging of timelines into one. Quantum entanglement, like the witches say, cutting cords. The observer is a reality which you are collapsing. And just the definitions of the quantum physics to the spiritual, the many worlds interpretation. The multiverse is almost the same exact thing. The Black Theory universe, I'm going through that now. That is eye-opening. Holy junk balls. And that's just my Canva template. So I've been trying to find, goodness sakes, I've been trying to find more on the theories that are presenting to be very much not more, how do I word this? A lot of things in classical mathematics and physics are now being challenged in this new consciousness that we all created. We're ending a major and minor cycle. We're evolving into a higher consciousness. Technology is exploding. And with this exploding technology, we are now able to test some of the things that they only postulated ages ago. David Bohm, Max Planck stuff, Schrodinger, all of those people that just postulated and theorized and like thought experimented stuff. These things are now being tested by physicists who had spiritual experiences and go, wait a fucking minute. Okay, so that person that can see spirits, what is going on with their biochemistry that they could do that? What can we show that has tangible proof? Because people still need tangible proof to believe UFOs exist or spirits. I could see dead people. Like, not everybody could see dead people, but more and more people are starting to have those experiences. More and more people are seeing the hologram of the aliens. The aliens are us, we are them, they're here, they're underneath us, they're multidimensional, interdimensional. And that's another term I got to look into is transdimensional. Some of us, like myself, I did a whole series about the hermit's journey. I read a lot of Nietzsche and a lot of Manly P. Hall, like their stories, like Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and how we self-explore, we gain some knowledge, we do self-exploration, we're shedding the dark night of the souls, the ego deaths, and many lessons and learnings and catalysts. We're culminating all that experience in feelings. many of that releasing and letting go because it's no longer our story or our present that we're living by. And then we're seeing the journey through the hermit's journey. The Plato's allegory of the cave comes out, and then we're starting to see, okay, that there's illusion here. There's inversions. There's mirrors. There's facets to things. And then you keep going through all the stories that I read and all those avenues that I explore to understand, yeah, like I go down into society, I seed and branch my truths, and then I go back up to the mountain and I go do some more inner work. And then I go back down and I have different experiences with different people that are just different aspects of myself, playing different roles, challenging and testing me to make sure that I'm sure of self. Thus spoke Zarathustra. But Manly P. Hall also has some really good work. I know a lot of people don't like him because of the Mason thing. I don't fucking give a shit. Third dimension has limitation and separation, but once you evolve, what really hit me, that coincides with everything going on right now. The nation's people, the Native Americans, they're on it. They know what they're talking about. Um, but it's also from the perspective of a collective that feels the same way. Just like in my reality, I don't see it a flat earth. I don't see it as a globular earth. I see it as a torus field. I see that the third dimensional is on a flat plane, but I also see in a firmament that makes it spherical, but in an electromagnetic sense. There's hollow earth, there's shallow earth, there's inner earth. They're all dimensions and densities, and your thoughts create reality. So, in technicality, it all exists concurrently right now. It's just a matter of where you're perceiving it in the third dimension. Hi, Ragamuffin. What's up? Welcome. All this pain is an illusion, but physically we feel it. And we're supposed to because a lot of us came here to transmute that pain. Some of us came here with dual vibratory states. So some people only hold the key to the negative polarity. There are other people who hold the key to the only the positive polarity. Then there's some of us that hold both keys to both paradigms because as much as I am the lighthouse that focuses my light to heal, I still need to be able to go into the dark side, influence them, and then shine the light. I got to be a ninja. And I practice divine neutrality. It's not non-duality. It's divine neutrality because I see God in all things and God orchestrates it all, or the one infinite creator, the logos, the monad, the all that is, whatever you want to label that infinitude of amazement. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the state of where a lot of us are in this void. I pull archetype cards before. I like to use oracle cards on Fridays. This helps steer the collective. All the animal spirit guide cards came out too. We're in this in-between void. We're in the womb. We're not dead. We haven't been birthed yet. The death is happening in the old self. It no longer serves us, but we haven't formulated the reality where we're birthed into the new world just yet. So we're in this void of space. We're in the darkness, which from knowing thyself is rising up the lotus to bloom. That's why this shift Everybody's like, oh my God, the shift is here. It's going to be here differently for everybody. Everybody's going to experience it differently. Everybody's going to feel it differently. I know a lot of people like the flash of light is coming. It's the flash of light. I'm not going to see it because I know I'm not. The knowing is real. I'm going to feel it, not see it. Some people will see it, not feel it. Some people are be ignorant and not even know it happened, but that's okay. Their soul contract chose that. Know your soul contract. Know your soul contract. So I have what third dimension subscribes to being evil. That entity of an archangel gave me the sword, Hillel, aka Lucifer. That's the archangel that embodies and has experience. Fractaled. Fractal. That's my shadow aspect. The archangel that runs through me, that dual aspect, that's Lucifer. He gave me the sword. I have Gabriel that runs the other half of me. He gave me the shield. Archangels are warriors. And they're not that high in dimensional space either. They're not the Daihan Kohans. They're not the Rishis. They're not ascended masters per se. They're just in a level of density that's very close to humans that they can come through us and have experience. But almost everybody has one of those entities in them, fractaled, not in a total sense. That's why people who channel Yeshua or Mary, and they're like, oh, well, my group of people had all these other, John the Baptist and all these people. Ruth Montgomery's book talked about this. And I was like, that's bullshit. So many people channel Yeshua. And it's from a different perspective of Yeshua because the fractal that they are channeling from only knows from that perspective. I could channel Yeshua. He's only giving me the perspective that the fractal that has that knowledge within me. Same thing with Hillel. Hillel, that's his name on a higher density scale. He's not what was projected onto third dimension. Like, it's our story that we all created to have experience. That's not reality. Oh, God. Sparky, what are you doing sending me crazy shit? Okay, the jazzercise metal video, I wish I could play because we need a laugh. I have too many things on my desk. So there is, how do I formulate this? So you have a ton of people that are your oversoul being one of them, and that's a component of things, not just one oversoul. You're funny, girl. So I have a mother load, a legion of entities that are me, that are in higher form, celestial, elemental, angel, Diane Cohen, Rishi, we all have these. It's not nothing that I don't have, you don't have, right? I'm just aware of them. Hi, Samantha, welcome. And some of them are going to come in and out of your expression. So I'm an artist, right? I create. I make the pyramids behind me, the gems, the skulls. Like I'm an artist. I have a degree right up there above my picture. I went to art school. I have a bachelor's degree in fine arts from the School of Visual Arts 20 years ago. So that's a unique frequency for me. And I have an artist out there who is channeling the information from the qualia, the ether, my thoughts. They're just like, hey, if we do this, so they're working with me. So I'm not a cook, right? You got a whole plethora of spirits that chose to be your guides, your angels, your helpers, your whatever to you to help you navigate this world. So your higher self is the one that holds the drone controls as you are the drone having the experience in this life. Your higher self is navigating you through this maze. I used to play World of Warcraft 14 years. We're on the expansion pack. We're in the debugging stage. If you play video games, you know. We pick an avatar and then we are given level 1 and we are given little minimal things, and then we do some tasks and then we level up. Same thing with life. You're given challenges, you're given initiations, you're given things to overcome. You overcome them, you get new gear. You get more knowledge. You learn skills, you get trades, and then you refine them, and then you move up in different levels. And then you portal out because you're done with that world, and then you move to another one, and then you have new experiences. Same concept. Blizzard had something to that. Seriously. Okay, Oracle card. You are letting your past interfere with your present. Let go of mischances and losses. Change your thought patterns. This is the 3 of Cups. 5 of Cups. I don't like fives. 5 of Cups. So, like I was saying earlier, we're in that primordial soup. We're in the void. We are not yet. We dissolved out of the caterpillar, and now we're formulating into that butterfly. Quantumly, you're still getting broadcasts from the old reality. You still have to live somewhat in that old reality. And it's going to try to pull you back into it. So, in your thought process, are you really just holding yourself back, or are you getting challenged to move forward? So, this is just really letting you know that you got to move forward and not to get stagnant in the past. Let go of the story, just like with illness. I let go of that story that I have rheumatoid arthritis. I let it go and I don't need medication anymore. Yes, my body still has it, but it's in remission. It doesn't affect me like it used to because they don't make that my story anymore. I outgrew that version of myself that doesn't need to rely on that. We have the 3 of Cups. This is Arnie Layton. He comes on the channel once in a while, and these are his oracle cards. His information will be in the description. If you're interested in these cards, go to his website. They will be there after the live. 3 of Cups, the social butterfly, as I keep saying that. Celebration and friendship, strong connections. Now is the time for connecting and branching out. Let those people that decohered out of your frequency by until they can level up their frequency and frequent on your level of frequency. There's beautiful people in this sea of frequency that you can be playing with. Hi. It is the playground of the mind, but we control what's in our playground. You know, going back to playgrounds, you know what came to my school's playground? A helicopter that brought Santa down. Never in my life. Never in my life. A helicopter landed on my schoolyard's ground to deliver Santa Claus to the school in -4 degrees. That's my playground. I'm okay with that. That was really cool, by the way. If you're on my private Facebook, the video is there somewhere. It's too far back at this point to go finding it. But yeah, I had a helicopter land Santa. It was awesome. Oh, this one's next. Look, it's Arnie himself. It's the King of Cups. There's a lot of water energy here. Love and devotion, empathy and understanding. Being strong and secure, you lead by example, a true leader. Are you standing up and being that leader? Look, it's Arnie. It's Arnie. Are you being a leader? But then we also have the Seven of Cups. Be careful of your choices. Discern as not to be swayed from the light. Choose wisely. This is the illusion. This is the discernment. To be a strong leader is to know your authentic self. When you're allowing the outside world to dictate to you your paradigm, you lose your self-control. For example, we saw this during this period of time. Put grandma in the basement. You're going to kill everybody if you don't get it. Listen, I'm not against you if you took it. I don't care if you did. Doesn't bother me. That was not a choice that I made. But to tell everybody I was going to be the one to kill them is another problem. When you're only listening to one side of the coin and not seeing the objective neutral stance is a problem. So discern where you are taking your energy and what is rented group up in your head. Focus on the reality you want to create. And it's already created. You already made it. You're already living it. You just have to merge with it. If you believe in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, there's a version of you that has everything that you want, and you have to look at the superposition of your choices and drop which one you know you can obtain. It's stuff that you believe you know you can obtain. It's not stuff that is so outside, far left of your thinking that, hey, some people do this. Some people manifest that lottery win. It's frequency alignment. It's not luck. But how many people play the lotto and then self-doubt that they're going to win? It's frequency. Okay. So we did that one, and we did that one. This is the next few are like, which one do I want to go next? We have two queens. You are, sorry, can't see any glasses. You are grounded and nurturing and connected to the physical world. You are stable and secure financially and emotionally. Speak that into existence. We have the Queen of Swords. You are thinking clearly and can see through the lies and the truth in all things. Take time to see things for what they are from your viewpoint, your perspective, no one else's. You see this? Your heart, that's all that matters. You perceive your own reality. You experience it differently from everybody else. You feel it differently. Yes, there's similarities in our feelings, there's similarities in our definitions and our experiences, but only you know the expression of that frequency explicit to you. Don't let me tell you. When you discern, you're looking at the frequencies, and if it doesn't align with you, don't align with it. Don't sink it in. So look at the wavelength above you is a collective consciousness, the qualia, where all the information is just hovering around us. This is where Nikola Tesla got his information, right? You can objectively look at what's going on up here, or objectively through your eyes and go, oh, that's happening in the world today. Not my business, not my circus. Bye. And you don't let it collapse into your system. You just subjectively look at by and let it go. Why predictive programming back in the 80s and 90s via The Simpsons was so big, and how a lot of that stuff actually came into reality, was because so many people unknowingly consented to that shit to come through. Because we were just participating in the movie. Now we're no longer participating in the movie because some of us ejected ourselves out of the VHS tape, and now we're waiting for the optical quantum fun show to play. Right? But if we keep giving attention to The Simpsons and what is being predicted, we're still feeding that loop for it to keep continuing on. I don't want The Simpsons to be right. Not because I loved watching The Simpsons. I love South Park. But I don't allow myself to subject myself to that programming and allow it. I sure can watch it now, but from an objective viewpoint where I am not being sucked into the programming or the narratives. And everything is program and narratives until we rewrite it. Ah, I was on the page after all. Okay, this was hard for me to like, which one goes where? But we're going to do it this way. The High Priestess. You get her a lot when I do this. Go within. Trust your feelings and intuition. You hold all your own answers. Trust in you. When you know you wrote this story for experience and now you're up leveling and you don't need this experience anymore, oh, you already wrote your new experience. Choose it. Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, ambition, desire, and diligence. Do the work on self. Know what you want. Pick it in superposition. Observe it with your eyes. And now the particles are going to act differently and wonky. Now they're going to come and collapse into the branching of reality in which you exist. And that's not me going, oh, I'm going to have the brand new car that I need, that I feel safe in. No, I'm already driving it. Now the opportunities are going to unfold for me to obtain that vehicle. It's not because I want to, someone bought me, who knows, someone might buy me the SUV that lands in my driveway, but that's not practical in my reality. Stuff like that doesn't really happen often. I have to work for it. But someone will give me the opportunity for me to be able to be financially sovereign. How's that? Because my 16-year-old car is really doing great. That's right, Barbara. Why I left this for last? Because it's the Wheel of Fortune. Signifies a change, cycles, and the influence of fate or destiny. This indicates that a turning point is approaching, and the outcome will depend on how you respond to it. Seven of Pentacles. Hard work, perseverance, and diligence. These changes that are happening to all of us in different facets of our lives, they're only going to be obtained when you put the hard work and perseverance into it and not give up. When 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago at this point, I cried on camera because of a situation I had at work that was devastating. And I'm like, I'm done. That done rippled into all my timelines, and it really put in the I command change now. And then more of this quantum stuff started coming to me. And more of this stuff started flowing into my, because I'm done with the old self. I'm done. Sure, things still have to play out in my contracts. I have an ironclad one. I'm not other people that can just, oh, I'm going to rewrite my story. Cool. I have a self that still has contracts tied to this shit show. You got to put the work in. And the work is not going to be the same for everybody. Self shadow work. Not everybody needs shadow work. A lot of people do, but not everybody. Some people already healed their past and have moved on and don't need to repeat or go back and feel it again. Some of us do. Some people just do everything subconsciously and unconsciously that they don't need to do the work either. Some of us who are conscious about it are doing it because we need to help others see through it. Is this a marathon night? I think it might be. Marathon to marathon. It is. It's a marathon night. So for those of you who are here or in the background, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I put out a lot of different content. I just put out a whole brand new welcome to my channel kind of video. It's like under a minute. Oh, it's a minute and something seconds. It's updated. I made it pretty. Still not 100%, but I'm not that techie. I'm techie and not that techie. I have channel memberships if you're interested in supporting me in that way. I'm also trying to get pictures of baby P without the screen. That hasn't been lucky for me. I got a good one of Little Thor today and Freya Cat, and I'm going to try to make some merch. Um, for people who like my cat content. It's all the shorts that I put out. I like to make people happy with little cat jingles. Some people don't like my jingles, and that's okay. We love you anyway. Amy, you manifested that girl. You manifested the yes. You manifested that. I can't make that shit up. You said yes, and here it is. All right, whatever is here with me is a funny fuck. No! Wait, postpone, pause, say no. Spirit's funny. Go neutral. Actually, come from your heart. What are you being drawn to? Whatever that, if you have a question, right? Because spirit just is being playful right now and being a jerk. Yes and no. What are you saying yes to, and what are you saying no to? Are you saying yes in a new reality that you are already living? That now you are feeling without doing your imagination or visualization. You don't want to do that. You want to feel it authentically, feeling it. Bashar always says, live from the highest excitement. Well, that's not an easy thing for a human to do because we are emotional creatures and there's shit that sets us off. That's not being authentic if you're not being you. I could be a see you next Tuesday and still love you at the same time, but I'm gonna see you next Tuesday because I'm putting my boundaries up. And see, Spirit says yes. And that's there not because I don't love and light. It's because I'm realistic. I have boundaries. Don't fucking cross me. Pew pew is in the bag. I have axes. What are you saying no to? The echoes of the past that try to pull you, manipulate you, play with your feelings. Come back. Come back. Come back to what? A frequency of knowing or a frequency that I'd rather jump into an unknown, play the fool's journey and jump over that mountain, Carlos Castaneda style, and take the journey less traveled. I'd rather take the journey less traveled or never been seen before. The only reason why I'm not a happy camper with these is because they're not in like alphabetical order, like all the other cards that I draw. The Council of Light, divine orchestration, like I've said today a billion times, helpers in the subtle realms. The Council of Light is a team of benevolent beings who are here to assist the raising of consciousness on the planet. They are here to help you achieve your soul's mission, not your personality, not your ego, your soul, and are guiding you every step of the way. However, because we live in a world where free will reigns, they cannot help you without your permission. If you would like their assistance, it's time to ask them. They can help with all kinds of requests. Nothing is too big or too small. Think of them as your personal team of helpers that are you in spirit. They're willing and ready to help and step in and get to work. What would you like help with? What tasks would you like to delegate to them? Okay, we're not in Matilda, where I get so angry that I'm moving crap and I'm cleaning the house. I wish Spirit can clean my house. They're doing it energetically. So think spiritually. The Council of Light is a team of ascended masters, light beings, angels, and guides devoted to the raising of Earth and all humanity. If you are a light worker, it is from them that you receive your personal mission. Like a spirit world United Nations, and they're horrible. I don't like that equation. They want to thank you so much for doing this work and devoting your life to uplifting the planet. Pray to them for clarity and guidance regarding your personal mission. Put in your requests and let them get to work. Yes. I will caveat this though. Many, 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 many times on my journey, I've had to call on my guides myself on the higher ended scale and ask for clarity. Do you think that shit just pops in when you want it and your ego needs it? Nope, divine timing. In the Urantia book reading, there is stuff that I align with the angel seraphim sections that I've been reading. They can't infringe on your free will. They can help you energetically. So there's been videos where people get saved by angels and it's caught on camera. You see something whisk somebody and jump them across the street before a truck comes. They were divinely orchestrated by source to move that person to the other side of the road. Don't know how, it's caught on video. Plenty of videos out there of angels stepping in. But they're not going to step in to fix your 3D problems. They're going to navigate energy to push you in a direction that will get to the obtainment that you need. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I will be right back. I think I got raccoons upstairs, and they're not allowed to eat little Thor's food. Crash pandas! I'm back. Yeah, there was trash pandas. And I wish I brought my phone. I did not. I don't even know what to call them. They're like huge. Holy shit. Um, okay. I've been dealing with trash pandas my whole life, right? The one that was just on my deck, I heard them because they make a lot of noise. And sometimes I don't know if it's Freya playing at the window because she does that with Little Thor and Baby P. Like I hear the banging and I don't trust the glass. So I go and check. I don't even know if there's a picture. We're gonna look right now. There's some good ones here. Okay, you see that guy? That was on my deck. They're so cute, but my gosh, huge. Holy shit. He was cute, but I bet you he's a vicious fuck because he doesn't want anybody to eat his food. That wasn't his food. That was little Thor's food. That was just upstairs. And I love them little bits to I love them, but no, thank you. Nope. Yes. Caffeine. Don't judge. And you know who hasn't been on? I'm gonna text right now just to see what's up. Ashmaya, where art thou, Miss Ashmaya? Hope everything's okay. I just messaged her. I don't know. She hasn't been like she messaged like she left something, but I don't know if her face is bothering her. But I want to make sure she's okay. In an Amish paradise. Oh, Yankovic. It's aluminum foil. I need to make one. Good song, by the way. I love Weird Al. He's funny. Okay, let's see what we got. And this is from also from Arnie. The Angels and Saints Oracle. So I hope my 4D members know how difficult it is to now find what is in the multiverse and how people have been defining it. I listened to a video from quantum unfolding. And I heard of the black universe, but in the more of the form of a cube from Ashana Dean. So I honestly now have to go back into the Voyagers books to find um her cubes universe, because she talks about the parallel universes, the black hole, um the parallel, the bubble. James Ring talked about the bubble, pocket spaces of reality that exist and coexist within our reality. um she talks about, I want to say the cube, not the block. Same shit. We have Aurora. Begin, bring joy. It is in disbelief where you are prevented from your potential. Strive forward, fulfill your destiny. This angel has worked with me a lot. Sandalfin, potential, wisdom, harmony. You are never on the ground alone. With your wings, fly high, soar, and reach for the stars and rise up. St. Patrick, guidance assist. Past hurt creates future joys. You cannot walk before you crawl. Be grateful. Every moment is truly a blessing. Belia? I want to believe that is animal realm. We are all sparks of the creator. Respect all the sparks of life, no matter its form. All feel and need each other to survive. You know what Arnie should add? The vegetable kingdom. If it breathes and it takes up life and it sprouts, it's alive. I'm sure when you pluck the carrot out of the ground, it does make a noise. I'm being an asshole. Um, I truly don't like to be. But yeah, that trash panda was bananas. All right, because I like high frequency and they are amazing. Go find this channel out on Facebook. Live in Frequency. New year, new frequency. 2026 isn't about new habits, it's about nervous system capacity. Yes, you're not just retraining your brain, you're retraining your nervous system. That's what we're recalibrating. The version of that of you that can hold your desires doesn't exist yet. You have to build that capacity through 90 days of somatic rewiring. January 1st isn't magic, but it is a portal. Choose your frequency. I agree with that because every day that I'm working on holding that state of calm that I feel from the higher self that I'm merging with, it's rebalancing my nervous system to start reacting from a state of calm, harmonious, prosperous abundance than from lack, chaos, loss, unhealed wounds. Yeah, Amy, she's usually on all my lives. I'm sure either she's not 100% feeling good or they went away or they did something, her and her hubby, or her hubby's not feeling good. But I wish them love and nothing but the best because they're amazing. They helped out Little Thor and Freya like nobody's business, and I'm indebted to them. So I want to make sure that our Ashmaya from Ire is okay. I know also they had some bad weather. 'Tis the season. How's everybody on anybody from the East Coast? Anybody getting the snow yet? Oh no, this car's getting stuck in New York. Shit. I'm looking at Max Velocity's Facebook feed. New York, come on. You get snow all the time. I don't know if it's upstate or downstate, by the way. I know there's storm chasers out. So this is also something April Ripley. You notice a desire for simplicity today. Fewer words, less noise, more space. This is not withdrawal, it's alignment. When the soul realigns, it often asks for quiet before it asks for movement. Honor what feels grounding. Rest your body. Let your breath deepen. Allow yourself to exist without needing to produce, explain, or prove anything. That stillness is not a pause in your path. It is a place where you return to yourself. I like that because in the last couple of weeks, I've had a very big rush of calm hit me when everything has been falling apart and falling away out of my life. A huge calm. 8 years ago, I got that when my mom died. She came to me, and actually, it was today, on the day, I had to go to the nursing home to put in paperwork to get her medical files released, and I wanted to break all hell in there. I wanted to bring a baseball bat like uh the dude from The Walking Dead. Holy crap, how do I not remember his name? Negan. I wanted to go in with the baseball bat with barbed wire and nails and break shit down because I was very upset with the nursing home. Not only was my mother abused physically, um, they charged for the medical stuff, and holy crap. Bye, Amy. We love you. You are loved, girlfriend. And little Thor will be on my feed tomorrow. Um, I wanted to go in there and break shit. I didn't. My mom, on the way there, my mom came through and washed this big calm over me, like, don't worry about it. All right. And I felt that same kind of calm come over me when everything started collapsing out of my life. And then I've been sleeping in. I'm usually up at 5 in the morning, and my body and everything is like, no, take a rest. You need to sleep. So have you been noticing these things given? I have runes. Word, interconnectedness of past, present, and future, because it's all happening all at once, synchronistically, right now. You just can't perceive it. TWAS, honor, justice, leadership, and authority, analysis, rationality, knowing where one's true strengths lie, willingness to self-sacrifice. Tyr is the god that lost his hand to Fenrir. Radial, travel, both in physical terms and those of lifestyle direction. A journey, vacation, relocation, evolution, change of place or setting, seeing a larger perspective. The runes are on it. I put these back and then I put them back in the wrong way. It sucks. Oh, great. We got tornado possibilities. On the day I buried my mom and my father's birthday. Yay. Beautiful. Uh-oh, New Yorkers, the ferry service will end on Friday. Ooh. Oh. Guys, they never suspend the ferry on Staten Island unless it's bad. Oh no. Anybody on the East Coast? Before I pull the new angel number cards. 5 truths about the quantum field everyone should know. Let's see if I agree. Everything is energy. Absolutely agree. At the smallest level, nothing is solid. Absolutely agree. Your body, thoughts, and emotions are all made of vibrating energy. Absolutely. The quantum field is an invisible ocean of energy that connects everything. Yes. Truth 2, observation shapes reality. Yes. In quantum mechanics, particles behave differently when they are observed. Yes, they damn do. Double slit. This means your focus and attention influence what becomes real in your life. What you expect, you invite, unless it's from a subconscious, unconscious level. Truth 3, possibility exists everywhere. Yes. The quantum field holds infinite possibilities at once. You are never trapped. The version of you that already has what you desire already exists. You see, that's what I'm talking about. In that field, waiting for you to tune into it. Tune in. Dial that radio station and play with that antenna until you get to high octave of expression. Sorry. I get excited. Truth 4, emotion is frequency. Your emotions send signals into the quantum field. Yes. Gratitude, love, and belief create coherence. Fear and doubt create static. The field mirrors the vibration you offer. And some of that mirroring is distortion, so be careful. Truth 5, the quantum field responds to coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align, your energy becomes powerful. The universe does not respond to words, it responds to frequency. Yes. Oh, there was another one. Hang on. You are not separate from the field. You are the field. To change your life, change the signal you send. The quantum field always says yes. It's true. If you're on my Facebook, if you guys are not on my Facebook, please just send me a request and just message me, DM me. Hey, I'm from your YouTube channel and I like your shit. Can I be a part of your private Facebook? And I will let you in. The only reason why is that is I don't always share everything with AllyKat Creations. Scott, your video is interesting. It's your truck driving down the road. Interesting. An M5.17 solar flare is incoming. I'd like to check my Facebook once in a while because I have really good informations that I draw from there, just like that quantum field right there. That was momentous. Oh, got you. What I got to see is not gosh. Sparky got some crazy videos. We have 1010 growth. Spirit awareness is opening you to all that you are ready to see. Your destiny is being fulfilled. Keep your intentions pure with your eyes looking ahead, and you will continue to increase the growth that is here. The more I invest awareness in my growth, the closer I continuously become to the outcomes I am seeking. What's your frequenting? 1111. And guys, I have been seeing this number unpromptly. Like I'm not focused on the number. And then all of a sudden I look up and it's 1111. Intuition, trust in yourself. Your inner whisper is working hard to let you know that it is guiding you. Listen in. What is it saying? Feel it. Where is it telling you to go next? See it. Close your eyes and allow. Trust the path you're on. My intuition speaks to me and I listen. I trust that all things are happening for a purpose. 1515, creativity. Keep us Keep accessing the creative connection that you feel to the divine. The whispers speak through your creative connection, allowing you to express the beauty that is within you and connect you to the love that is around you. Creativity is my birthright. As I express my creativity, I feel beautiful flow of love and connection. I was hoping Freya would come down. She didn't come down. She sometimes does. So we low, sun, energy. Being closely associated with the sun, this rune card is bursting with natural life, light, energy, and radiance. Illumination is a dominant theme, along with clarity of vision and the defeat of dark forces, confusion and negativity in your life. You are or soon will be experiencing great success, and the only obstacle preventing you from enjoying this joy and light is your own belief that you are not worthy of success. Maybe. Work on extinguishing those negative assumptions within yourself. Achievement can be yours if you change your attitude. Think positively and trust yourself. The sun is the life force, so this card is very auspicious sign in any reading. But there is a warning, just as flying too close to the sun can get you burned. Be careful where and how you direct your energy. Ensure that your plans and dreams are grounded and that you don't lose touch with reality. Freya bombing the video, I don't know. She's possibly on the bed sleeping. I didn't check. Because she was probably riled up with all the raccoons. The trash pandas eating little Thor's food, being destructive. Seriously. And that heating pad that's in little Thor's mansion, I put straw over it because I don't want anything getting stuck to it if it's wet. And then, the straw was on the outside when I was getting the water done the other day. I don't know who was in there. It wasn't little Thor messing up little Thor's mansion. He needs that. It's going to get cold again. Evil little guys. Of course, I get a card that I can't pronounce. I could show this one, though. I could show this one. December 26th, that's today. Stay focused on what matters. Walk your path with intention. When you honor your inner direction, life begins to meet you with clarity, momentum, and purpose. One path, one vision, one steady commitment. That's how things are built. Sure. Before I read the last card, we're going to do a Schumann resonance check-in. It's calming down. So here's like what's going on right now. You're calming down. It's chilling out a little bit. It's not a bad thing. Chicken! Buck, buck! Wake up. It is quiet. Chicken, buck, buck. I mean, I never know if I have trolls or people that hate my guts that are watching. I still love you. Welcome to come back. Just raise your frequency, damn it. Nothing nanas on the electromagnetic. Frequencies were at a 7.62. It's not letting me zoom in. Sort of, but not. There's more light rays now than there is the violet flame, but there is a lot of violet flame energies. I'm seeing Tremina, the violet flame. It's coming in. This is still wonky, wacky, what the fuck doodle. That's the electric field. This is the Italian. That's a lot of energy. Make sure you are taking the time to ground your energy, and everybody is going to need to ground a little differently. Going on the grass is not obtainable when in New York, it is in Pennsylvania and the East Coast, it is snowing like shit. Here, it's leaves, crunchy, frosty, nasty. Touch a tree. But you know what? You can go into your bathtub, if you have one, or your shower, go and put on pure tone hertz on really loud on your Bluetooth, if you have one, or your phone, and cleanse through the water. Speak good intentions into your water and whatever you're eating. You know what I did yesterday? I went for a walk. I was walking to work for a month. It's good exercise, good grounding. Go in nature, take a walk. Doesn't hurt you unless it's snowy, but do what you got to do. But grounding is a different modality for everybody. So do what you feel is correct. The energy is hoi. Yes, she. So we got tiger twice. We had a tiger in the spirit cards, animal spirit cards, and now we have tiger again. 333. You shall overcome all obstacles. Success is imminent. So stay connected to your path no matter what, and continue to apply yourself. Allow your spiritual path to support you in all areas of your life. Live by your spiritual beliefs. Seek out the support of your spiritual brothers and sisters for help when needed, but also trust that you are intimately and directly connected to the powerful divine light within. There can be a dramatic healing breakthrough when you rely upon your spiritual connection. This oracle encourages you to call upon your higher spiritual guides for assistance. This empowers them to bring their light to the world through you, and for you to grow in your own spiritual advancement too. Remember, enlightenment is a team effort with extraordinary individual players working together as one. You belong on such a team. Tiger skin is depicted in sacred iconography to represent fearless enlightenment that cuts through the obstacles. This represents the indomitable will that conquers negativities become because it refuses to be overcome. Numerous divine beings are depicted moving through the worlds with their tiger as their sacred mount. Tiger is a symbol for navigating treacherous territory and the triumph of light over darkness. Tiger spirit medicine can control the poisons of anger and hatred, transforming them into passion, clarity, and unwavering commitment to one's higher purpose. The Oracle of Yeshi augurs empowerment and healing by assuming a confident attitude and taking steps forward. It indicates that a negative time is drawing close and encourages commitment to the task of overcoming negativities through spiritual practices suited to you. It doesn't matter if you feel like a beginner or uncertain of how to meditate, for example. The repeated 3 symbolizes that all manner of assistance and support will be granted to ensure your attainment. This will include the gifts of appropriate teachings, teachers, friends, healers, synchronicity, circumstance, and opportunity. Trust the universe and go for what you want with boldness and courage. Finally, this oracle indicates triumph over even the most severely negative energies, with the help of supernatural intervention if need be. To activate this blessing, be determined to prevail. Fully empower the beneficial workings of light in your life and in our world. Truly, you are a light worker. Embrace it and live it. I like when Spirit drops me one of those cards that just does a mic drop moment. Hi, Nathan. Or Nathaniel, sorry. Hi. Just reading some really good spirit oracle cards. That's what's going on around here. I don't know about you. But I mean, shit's batshit crazy around here. If we do have a solar flare incoming, just remember to ground your energy. I know I like to listen to pure tone hertz, and I gotta go within to know what hertz to play. You can go online and find what, if you're in pain, 174, I believe. You go do 520, 528, 432, whatever you are feeling, put it on pure tone, not on binaural. Pure tone. Pure tone. I have a little Bluetooth speaker. I put it right next to I have a stand-in shower, but I also have a bathtub with the shower. I put it up against the outside of the tub and it reverberates. So as the water is hitting me, that noise is like deafening, but it's healing. Try it. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. But definitely it's something to clear your energy field if you need that. Period. End of story. Okay, Spirit just dropped me a line. For the paint and sip, since we're entering a new paradigm, new year, even if you decide that April 1st is your new year, it doesn't matter. It's the energy that is important. What should the next paint and sip be? I did the Yule log. I did Yule log with kitty cats and mistletoe and a little. What trapped was the ornament with the kitty. There's a Christmas tree in there. No, come here. I should do a fire horse. That's a potential. Be the disco ball. That's a hard painting to do in acrylic. Not gonna lie. I mean, I could do it in acrylic. I could do a fire horse knocking into the New Year's ball. Just thoughts, but I like when you guys contribute your ideas. So what should I paint for the next paint and sip? Let me know. But in the meantime, be the disco ball and reflect all that negativity out into the ether, back into the movie that you ejected yourself from. Because let's just face it, that echo of the old life is trying to get you to cohere back to it, and you're decohering from it. You still need your spiritual protection, but be the disco ball. You're in the middle of this ball, reflecting all the negativity out, back to sender, back to sender, back to the frequency wave. Um, so yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit more on the creative stuff. I still have to finish this portrait I'm doing. My YouTube glitch. I saw that spirit. You glitched the shit out of it. So I'm looking for whatever that was. No, it's not there. Sorry, I'm looking for spirit. I'm going on a bear hunt. You can't go under it. You can't go over it. It has to come through you. I saw that glitch. That was only on YouTube. That wasn't on my Zoom. I saw that because I don't have multiple screens. I just have one screen, but I have a larger screen. So I have YouTube over here and then my Zoom is here. So I get to see little things in it. I see glitchies and shit out of the corner of my eye because then I have the chat open on this side. Glitchy, glitchy, glitches. Not fun. Mm-mm. So let me know in the comments. I'm gonna be closing this out. I think it's 6 hours. Woohoo! A new record. I obviously don't got much to do tomorrow besides work on self and cohering. But just remember, go and feel you already having it, not out of because it's a wish fulfillment, because you are literally are in the multiverse living your reality that you are desiring. Your wishes, your dreams, they're there. You got to cohere to it and hold the frequency and hold your nervous system to that frequency as long as you can. Short intervals during the day, touch in with yourself. If you're having vivid dreams, if you're having visions and stuff, please write them down. As I was saying earlier, like my aunt is now like everybody around her is like, you're hallucinating. Oh my gosh. When she's really starting her transition to going to spirit. And that was one of the toughest conversations I had with anybody in a long time. Period. That was rough today. And it sucks because I love my aunt and she helped me through my adoption, finding my birth parent paradigm. Holy crap. But please go within. I'm going to be working more on that portrait and the 4D stuff for the metaphysical and quantum spiritual presentation so that my 4D people have something to hold on to. Those of you out in the ether that are channel members, let me know if Sunday, maybe Sunday, is good for you for a Zoom. I don't know what time yet. Monday, it might be Monday too. We'll see. I have to see what goes on with our weather and getting to the store to get the card checked again. But I'm sending all of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Go in your heart. Be the physical shoulder for somebody today. Remember those Sparkies in California, and there's a lot of flooding there. If you're out in that area and you have ways of giving abundance or helping, being hands-on, please think about that. If Sparky knows of anybody that needs assistance and she lets me know, I can spread it here, the information, and we can get help and assistance somehow, some way over to Kelly, Washington, Oregon, because we're here to help. That's our missions are here. Please think about the waters receding and less loss of life, as it is a purifying thing, but it's also destructive. You are the lighthouse. Focus your light on what it is that you want to focus it on, because you are the lighthouse. Be the lighthouses. Sprinkle and seed your truths. Be patient. They take time to grow. Light that path forward. And I hope to see each and every one of you on Tuesday. I do a craft and sip. I do lives Tuesday and Fridays. Ring the bell icon, because I never know what time I'm going live, because life is spontaneous and that's how I like to live it. Also know that energies are crazy. Take care of yourself. Have some self-care. Listen to your body. And it's going to be okay. I love you all. Thank you so much for everything that all of you have done for me this winter, this season. I hope everybody had a beautiful Christmas and Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa starts today, and whatever holiday that you celebrate. If you celebrate anything, it's okay if you don't, but just we're in the time of now, so let's live to the fullest. Have a blessed and beautiful night wherever you are in the world. Yes, Sparky. If you know of an organization or of people that are in need of supplies or whatever we can figure out, that I can mail to a locale that is not getting devastated, please let us know, because I mean, I'm not alone, but I would love to put that information in my link section. So if people have extra towels or stuff in the people that are in the area that need whatever, we can try to do something. I'm always up for that. Might not be much, but it's something better than nothing. And I'd rather doing it locally through people that I know than organizations that are bunk. Because I did it for Florida. I sent stuff to a specific address or a post office box or a business that has an address that the mail delivers to. So please let me know if there's any way that you know anybody in need or we could be of assistance. I would love to do that. But until the next time, guys, wishing you all a blessed and beautiful day or night wherever you are in the world. Please be safe, be seen. Please pray for everybody in humanity right now that's going through some tough times. And let's recalibrate our nervous systems to the life